garnets. This is going to be super, super exciting. To get those two together, you wouldn't even need £50. You wouldn't even need £40. Even less than that. All coming up on the other side of a very, very short break. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you in a sec.
Good morning, everybody. How are you? It is the Wedding Fair show. Oh, there's a lot of romance here in the studios. It does. Brummy, I just looked at you and your face. You were like, is there? Is there?
It's only 8 o'clock.
It's only 8 o'clock in the morning. My name is Elena. I'm with you for the entirety of the morning. And I'm joined by the one and the only Linda Brumwell. And she's made some stunning pieces to show you. Really and truly, you won't have seen anything like it before. There she is, our Brummy.
Morning.
Caught you unawares there, my darling.
We did. You did. Yes, you did. I'm still sort of waking up from my slippy slidey journey in this morning.
I know, it was very icy, so if you haven't ventured out as of yet, please be careful on the roads. It's very, very icy out there. Yeah, and it's cold, isn't it?
Very cold.
Took me a while to defrost the car this morning.
Absolutely. Every time I defrosted one window, another one had frozen back up
yeah,
again.
I know, it was. I hate it when it's like that. I really do. Please be careful when you're on the road. Or even better, don't go anywhere. Just stay indoors. Stay in with us. We're being all romantic, you know, thinking about weddings that are coming. Do you know of a wedding that's around the corner? I certainly do. I certainly do. Is it leap year this year? Well, if you believe in all this, apparently on a leap year it means that us girls can propose. I did not know that. I did not know that.
Did you not
Do you
know
agree
that?
with all that? I say each their own.
Well, yes, I suppose. Really. I've never actually had an opinion about it, but yeah, why not?
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, there's nothing stopping us, is there, saying it? Should we do some proposals on air? Yes.
Oh, that would be nice.
Oh, do you know,
that would be a good idea.
Oh, yeah, please can we do that? I'll just tell you a quick story. When I was working on our USA channel and I was working on Valentine's Day, broadcast over, as I said, to the States, and we'd commissioned a lovely Tanzanite and diamond ring, which there was 40 of, so it was limited edition. I call them kissing gemstones, you know, when they're sort of facing one another. And I was absolutely adamant that I was going to get a proposal during this auction. Not me personally, as in somebody was going to propose and this was going to be the engagement ring. And it happened. It happened. We had what we used to call a tea caller coming into the studio who proposed. They said yes. Yeah, that would have been awkward if they hadn't. Well, that would have been a little bit awkward. That would be lovely. I wonder if let's hear about any proposals that might have gone on this year. Have you just got engaged? Any funny stories, perhaps? Not sad. We don't want sad. Any quirky proposals? Or maybe you're watching right now and you're thinking, I want to propose to my other half, and you can do it via text message on Jewellery Maker. Wouldn't that be ace?
That would be brilliant.
That
Absolutely
would be
brilliant, especially
ace.
this weekend. It will be great.
Yeah, I love that idea. What Linda has actually designed for you, amazing, and it's completely outside of the box. You've got fabulous fascinators, so something that you're definitely going to be going into some more.
Yeah, we're researching a lot of product later on today, and hopefully we're going to move on into this sort of outside the box, as you say. Yeah, diversifying a little bit, but still using our gemstones and pearls and things.
Oh, fabulous. I mean, you can see one of them there. They're just in the corner of the screen. It's just amazing. We've got sterling silver charms coming your way, which I'm starting with. I've got brand new strands. I'm absolutely surrounded with such amazing, beautiful, beautiful wedding-esque gemstones. Now, this includes, I'm just struggling to find, there it is, because I'm surrounded by so much trying to find the tweezers. This is brand new in. It arrived this morning, Martha. literally arrived here in the studio this morning. It includes rhodolite garnet, which is a totally natural gemstone. You've got a lot of 925 sterling silver. Linda, you came over and had a little look at it earlier on. Amazing quality.
Absolutely amazing quality.
Now, I was over, it's guaranteed under £20, so that if you're a charm lover, be on those phone lines. I was lucky enough to go over to Jaipur with Steve and Sarah, and a few of my colleagues. Elena also joined me, and a couple of others, customers too. And this is amazing. And we were in one of the jewellery houses where charms like this are actually commissioned. And did you know that when we were obviously part of the Genuine Gemstone Company, which we still do have direct dealings, you know, Steve Bennett is coming in next week, and we've got a training session with him next week. So we were going around this one jewellery house, and did you know that from a charm, say it's this one, to a Lorique one-of-a-kind piece, every single item of jewellery goes through a 200+ step process.
Wow.
In terms of checking, polishing, finishing, attention to detail, whether it be a £10 item of jewellery, or whether it actually be, you know, a £10,000 item of jewellery. It still all goes through that same process, just hopefully emphasising just how meticulous we are with the quality that we bring you here. I mean, you can see the reason why I'm turning it like so. Lovely sort of butterflies and floral designs. You can actually see on the inside the polishing, so that we didn't need to do that, but we've actually polished on the interior of a charm. Yeah, very mille-feuille, absolutely. It would look amazing just on a single sterling silver chain, whereas a pendant like so. It's certainly been added to my order. As you can see, if I just turn it round, it's continuous. It's all the way around. The sparkle is absolutely astonishing. I see flowers. I see lovely butterflies in there. Look, oh, this is incredible. You know, direct comparisons, let's do it. So okay, we can go into Pandora, find something which is okay, the most affordable, £35, and that's with glass, not genuine gemstones. Troll beads, the most affordable beads that they've got there, £22. By the way, it's a base metal and no gemstones or even plastic beads. Thomas Sabo, we're looking at £60 minimum. And has that even got gemstones on there? No gemstones at all. In fact, we actually think it's cut glass. We've got genuine rhodolite garnet, natural, coming from one of the most supreme sources in India. There's 8 on there, which are 2mm, and they're all round, brilliant cuts. So you'll see wonderful performance of light and brilliance internally. Just beautiful. I've got a sterling silver chain just to my right. Let me just refresh that for a second, because I want to pop it on the chain. If I can. You'll have to excuse the scratches on my neckline. There's only 100 of these, and already 25% of the stock has been allocated. We've been eyeing these up, Linda, haven't we? What a lovely gift.
I just think that's stunning. I'm glad you're putting on that chain, because that's the first thing I would do.
And me.
I think that is just superb, and that rhodolite garnet is so delightful. It's really pink, rose pink.
Yeah, it's a lovely pink.
Oh,
sorry
beautiful.
About the scratches. Oh my goodness. That's from Brutus. I tell you what, I'll hold it up a little bit higher. My little puppy, by the way. Sorry, he likes to sleep there. I've got to stop that, haven't I?
Oh my word.
Oh dear, Brutus, look what you're doing to me. But there we go, that'll detract. But the size, the dimensions, the gemstones are 2mm. I think best on the back of the hand, don't you? But the actual charm itself, or pendant, whichever way you want to look at it, is actually 15mm, so it is a big, substantial charm. And if I just turn it like so, you can see just how large and substantial the actual hole is. Shall I try and measure that for you? And it will be approximate, because obviously I'm doing it myself. So it's going to go all of the charm bracelets. So if you buy any of the charms from Gems, now hang on a second, let me see. It's got to be at least 7mm. 7mm it will fit. Now, is there anything that I can...
Well, you're going to get gemstones through it, aren't you? So 6 mil.
You will get your I can't get the tassel through. That's the only thing stopping me reading that through there.
But the sky's the limit, really, whether you want to put beads through it, whether you want to put the chain through it, or whether you want to put threadings different. I mean, multi-threads would look pretty, wouldn't they? So
they would.
Multi-coloured threads.
Well, a 4 mil round will go through, won't it?
Yes,
easily, because I've just measured it. Let's be conservative and say it's a 6 mil hole in the centre. Gosh, I tell you what. There we go. It's early first thing in the morning. Yeah, but a 4 millimetre round will go straight through. So if you had a 360 degree.
Yeah, absolutely, and it would be absolutely superb as a tassel head, wouldn't it?
That would be amazing.
Perhaps pop a pearl on the top and then drop from that pearl through the charm, multi-chain, with perhaps little rhodolites on the end of the chain.
Oh, that would be lovely. So again, it doesn't have to be charms. It can be used as pendants. I would wear this as a pendant myself, because I tend to wear pendants more than I do charm bracelets. Almost half the stock has gone already. It's brand new. It is the wedding show. I think this would be amazing for your bridesmaids' gifts, for your little flower girls as well. Because it does tend to be age appropriate. We'll have to bring that price tag in, because there's lots of you choosing to multi-buy as well. Wow. $14.95, that's a substantial amount of sterling silver. All of that detail, all of the polishing, like I said earlier, it's not just polishing on the exterior, you've got it on the interior also. They do that with some very high-tech machinery, and very tiny beads, basically, which make sure the polish and the finish is that liquid-like luster. Kenneth, Michaela, Marie, Gail, well done. Have we got a proposal on screen? Oh my gosh, I'm really excited now. Leanne, hello to you. I would love to ask my husband on air to renew our wedding vows after 25 years, but he's at work, so I'm just going to enjoy the show instead. Get him to watch tonight.
Yeah, exactly.
Get him to watch tonight. And let me know, Leanne. Leanne, what's his name? What's his name so we can ask him? Text in and then you can watch it on the repeats, can't you? And then we can text in. I love all this. Or just messages for your loved ones. I'm a proper softie, see. So if you're gonna so Martha's saying you go really Welsh when you really like something. I'll probably cry, because I am a big bag of emotions.
Yeah, well, you will be at the minute. Yes, definitely, even more so. Yes.
Of emotions was added to the end of that sentence, not just a big bag. $14.95 only. Yeah, Leanne, get your husband's name. Text us back in. That's beautiful. I mean, Linda. I mean, I know I say it every single day, and I know it can become a little bit repetitive, but I single-handedly do not know a single other place that can bring quality like this.
Definitely not.
At a price like this.
No, definitely not. And whether you've got a little business, or whether you make for yourself and friends, there isn't anybody that wouldn't be over the moon with a charm like that onto a silk. It's so simple. You've made that in less than probably 5 seconds.
Absolutely. And
you've got possibly a piece of jewellery that would retail something certainly in very, very high double figures. Wouldn't it? On that chain, you're going to be around 89. I would have thought,
agree. I mean, if you had this at a fair, I don't know, if you think about it, maybe a summer fete or something like that, you know, and just sold it on for £20, so you're making £5 profit. I mean, that's very conservative.
Oh, that's incredibly conservative.
Very conservative. But, you know, just thinking, okay, fate maybe you'll have to reduce your prices somewhat. You're still quids in and you've done absolutely nothing.
And what I like about it is, as well, is it's incredibly tactile.
Yeah, it is.
Because it's not just a smooth surface, you've got that like 3D-esque to it. And it's
absolutely amazing. I need to move on because we've got to squeeze in the demonstration. If we've got any left, we'll leave it at the bottom of the screen. Wow, 2 lots of crimp covers coming your way. Rose gold, I've seen them. Oh, they're not in there. Oh no, hang on, that's round here, what we're talking about. Sorry. Yes, I got them. It's totally me. Stephen, please renew your vows with Leanne. Please. This is first come, first serve. Linda, what is a crimp cover?
Essentially, it's exactly what it says on the tin. If you're aware of a crimp bead, which is a little tubular bead that basically for its finding use is sort of attaching A to B and squishing down, so you tend to make it look relatively sort of ugly. And then the crimp cover is a little sort of oyster shape, little horseshoe shape that you just pop over the top, push it back down, and it looks like a spacer bead. Yeah. So it's a nice finishing. And if you want your jewellery to be perfect, then finish it well.
Attention to detail. It's those tiny, which you might think, oh, they're only 3mm. Are you really going to notice that? But you do, don't you?
You do. You definitely do.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I'm quite scrupulous, I suppose, for when I look at something. I want everything to be just so. If I'm paying my money, money I've earned, then you want it to be right, don't you? And this is a way of making sure that it absolutely is. You get 100 solid sterling silver, first come, first serve. I only wish we had a few more of these. Second chance and the final chance to get hold of these. £16.95. Again, they're substantial. Sorry, that's 17 pence per crimp cover. They're a great alternative to spacer beads as well. If you do run out of spacer beads, fantastic alternative and very easy to attach. I'm an absolute novice when it comes to jewellery making, but even I can do these. Yeah. And our quality means that they do join. They do join perfectly and meet in the middle, if you like.
Yeah, absolutely.
You do have to be a little bit more gentle with sterling silver.
Well,
am I right in saying that?
It's sort of a double whammy with sterling silver. Yes, you have to be a little bit more gentle, but because it's a precious metal, it's more malleable. Yeah. So you have more of an opportunity to slow down with it. You don't have to put so much pressure on it. So as you can slow down with it, you can get that nice closure on it because you don't really have to put that much pressure to it. So just take it slowly.
Absolutely.
And it will just look perfect.
They're lovely, aren't they?
Yeah,
those little clamshells, aren't they?
It's something that you come across on when you start to make jewellery. Perhaps you've never heard of them. You're learning about findings and that. Once you've learned about findings, anything then that will enhance or make something look not like a mechanic is obviously a good purchase, particularly if you're selling, but for yourself too.
Yeah, of course. Of course. If you take all this time in mastering a technique, learning a technique, completing a finished piece, then you want to have, like you said, the mechanics covered, really. If it's part of your design, that's a different matter. But personally, I like those crimps actually covered. So there's your rose gold, last in stock, second opportunity. Moving on to, because I've got the gold, so exactly the same, your crimp covers, but these are your gold-plated sterling silver. So, just basically to match the findings that you are using. Now, what's the difference between rose gold and yellow gold? Basically, rose gold has got copper, a small amount of copper within, that gives it that lovely pinkish blush. As we know, white gold has got zinc, and with your yellow gold, it's that beautiful buttery yellow that has been around for just centuries, hasn't it? It's very, very fashionable again, yellow gold.
It is, yes, it is. It's definitely making a big comeback. Yeah. We're going sort of quite metallics and pastels are coming in through the next couple of seasons, and gold's making a huge impact again.
I'd always choose yellow gold, I think, and Martha was just saying exactly the same. I'm quite a traditional girl, I think, when it comes to jewellery. Don't get me wrong, I've got silver and I've got white, but I like that buttery reflect. I think it enhances colours of gemstones and...
Yeah, I agree with you. Yes, definitely it does. It's if you like, it tends to warm things up a little. Yeah. It's personal choice, obviously.
Absolutely. But yeah, we're not saying you have to have what you have to like this one rather than the other. And also certain gemstones look better with
I think so.
Rose gold and sterling silver, etc. Again, 100 pieces that you are getting. It's 3mm in the size once they are closed. Ever so slightly more affordable, which yellow gold does tend to be to rose gold. £14.95 for 100. I mean, really you only, unless you're going to really embellish it with sort of, take these on as a spacer rather than as a crimp cover, you'll only really need 2, depending on the mechanism, as if you like. It's been a long time since I've been able to bring you the yellow gold with sterling silver, so do grab it whilst you can. It's one of those opportunities that is on your screen and gone.
Yeah.
And again, perfect for people that are doing sort of bridal commissions, perfect for those that are gifting jewellery, and like you said earlier, Linda, for yourself.
Yeah, and also from a making point of view, crimp covers aren't that easy to come by, perhaps in a beading shop, as it were. Certainly not in a precious metal.
Really, are they difficult to get hold of?
I've not actually seen them in, let's say, a hobby store or something like that. Never.
Right.
I'm not saying that they're not there, but I've not seen precious metal ones. And again, they would probably come in tens at the most.
Oh, really? So, and I'm sure they're probably, you know, they'll work out a much higher price point.
Much.
Now it's time for the kit. Sorry, we are a little bit late, so I'm going to scurry over to the lovely Linda with my brew, with my cup of tea. I've always got to have about 4 in the morning. Now we're going to go straight into it because it's in 2 parts. This kit. Look at these. Sorry, Brumwell.
Don't worry about that.
Good job we took photos, isn't it? I mean, they're amazing. We're going to get to those in a second. We've deliberately put this kit into 2 components, 2 parts. The gemstones and obviously sort of, I don't want to say mechanics. Because
no, they're the sort of...
The bases.
No. Yeah, the bases and let's say the textile part.
Textiles, that's a good way, because they are the textiles. Now, first time I've ever seen these, they are your sort of Hessian Fascinator bases,
that's right.
Would you call them that?
Absolutely.
And you know, if you go into any milliners, then these will be, you actually buy these. I've actually had a Fascinator made for me previously in the past. A friend of mine down in Abergavenny has got a wonderful hat shop called Alison Todd's, and she has made something which I wore, and it started off like this, exactly like this, and it kind of then developed so you can go on to imagine the outfit that you're wearing, and you can go on to tailor it to match it, like so. Now you're getting 3 of these. Is there any particular reason why they are this shape?
No, you can get them in various shapes. This is just the shape that we've had in that one, the one that's actually been delivered first, let's say. But you can get them in rounds. I've seen rectangles. Yeah. You can actually make them. That's another story. That's quite hard to do, isn't it? Yes, yes. But if you, to be honest, by the time you've made one, it's much cheaper time-wise to have the ready-made.
Oh, absolutely. We have got people asking, these are cambric. So it's like a stiffened linen, basically. Yeah, and it is difficult to do that process. Yeah. I've seen it actually being done. Yeah. It doesn't work out cheap. You get 3 of those. You've got 3 lots of beautiful fabric here from your lovely check, and it has got a velvety feel. And then you've got those lovely sunflowers, and also this beautiful golden sort of paisley colour here. So amazing. They measure 80 by 30, so they're going to go a long way. Then you get 7 metres of this beautiful trim. 7 metres!
I was really surprised, actually, because when I put the kit together, I didn't actually notice the length of that lace. So
it's lovely, isn't it?
It's fabulous. Perfect.
7 metres of this beautiful lace. So that's going to go a long way. And again, you could make a Fascinator exclusively in this, couldn't you?
Yes, yeah. You can make flowers and all sorts of things from lace like that, definitely.
Amazing, but we're still not done. So you've got your fabric, you've got your lace, you've got the actual Fascinators bases themselves. Then we've got stunning zari thread. Bring those to the forefront so you can actually see this is a mixture of sort of golds and kind of Tahitian blues, I suppose.
It's lovely, isn't it? It's like a deep blue meets a pewter colour. Yeah. I hadn't seen that colour before, and it's absolutely divine.
Really lovely. There's 375 metres, and there's 125 metres, sorry, on each of those. Do we know the gauge of it? Do we know? We'll have a little look. I'd say it's probably about what?
I'd say it's around about 0.5.
0.5 millimetre, so might even be able to use this with your pearls also. Still not done. There's more. There is more. Now, obviously, how do you attach those fascinators? The best way, rather than have that bit of elastic going around, some people might prefer it. I don't personally, because I end up getting those creases in the face. Yeah. Comes when you know, to a certain age. They are 0.5 gauge, by the way, confirm that for you. The best way is one of our hair combs. So you've got a pack of those in here, 5 of those, 5 combs, so you'll have 2 extra as well. They come included, and again, Linda can talk about how we actually attach these to the bases themselves. And last, by no means least, I absolutely love these. And you know, sorry, Linda.
That went in slow motion, that did.
It did, didn't it? I was looking on a well-known auction site the other day at feathers like this. They're fortunes.
They are, yes. Feathers are astronomically expensive when you do look around at perhaps other places.
Isn't that lovely? Put my hand behind.
Yeah, that's beautifully made, and the feathers are very tactile. It's what we call a base feather, really. That is, you can add to it if you want to.
You're going to go absolutely crazy for this. How many have we got? 100 in total. If you were to buy them all separately, all the components individually off our own website separately, it'd still be incredible at £35. So obviously you can make 3 with lots and lots and lots of things over. How about we bring you each fascinator, not each component, for £6 each. I mean, you try and get a fascinator like this for anywhere near that price tag. It's just not going to happen. I mean, they start sort of, well, you know, you saying that, Martha's just said they start at £40. A certain place that I went to, and yes, it was, I went there first, and she's a good friend of mine, so yeah, all right, you get a few mates' rates, but she used to make for Lady Diana once upon a time, fabulous, absolutely fabulous hats, and you can pay hundreds of pounds. Hundreds and hundreds of pounds for a fascinator, and you can really go to town on them. Even though the base is that smaller size, you can really embellish it. You really, and what I've got has got the sort of the big.
Yeah, you really, really can. I mean, this particular is. We started at the very beginning, to be truthful, with this, but you can grow this to sort of unimaginable expectation, to be truthful. I mean, they can just get so wacky. And so whatever you want, you can do on that little base.
Who's that? Who's that there?
You're just about to be crowned or something. You're kneeling.
Well, you know, I did have to kneel down.
Right.
I did have to kneel down, yes, so we could get the light behind. Doesn't it look amazing? I love that, Linda, because you've got that those cascades of gemstones, haven't you?
Yeah.
Coming down. Just amazing. And again, you've used all the fabrics that are within this kit, and just goes to show what you can create. Because I would not look at those. That's the difference. That's why you're the resident designer and I'm not. But you know, you look at a sheet of fabric like that, and you've turned it into a fantastic floral display.
Well, I personally think that something like this lets your creativity really fly. Obviously, this is my of the moment. It's very much of the moment when you're doing something like this. But everybody can have the same components and make something astronomically different to the next person. It really is a great way to let your creativity really flow and let you in. And if you've lost a little bit of mojo, this I found, I mean, this is the first time I've done anything like this, and I mean, my husband said, "You're really enjoying yourself, aren't you?" I said, "I absolutely am, you know, component-wise, I could just go on forever."
You can really see it as well in the designs
really
themselves.
Enjoyed it.
And if you go to any wedding, I mean, how many times have you seen so many people wearing the same kind of fascinator?
Yes.
And there's nothing wrong with that, but wouldn't it be lovely to go and wear something which really stands out from the crowd?
I think so.
And this is definitely going to do that. It's absolutely flying. I'm going to be getting this as well, stock permitting. And Linda, you did mention that there may be a workshop.
Yes, we're just sort of putting it together now, formatting it together. I'm having a meeting this afternoon with Hannah, looking at products and that, but we hopefully will start a beginner's fashion, and trust me, you'll go home with the most amazing things.
If that happens, can you tell me when it is? Because I want to be on it.
Towards the end of April.
Okay, fab. I want to be on that.
I think we'll have such good fun.
I'll book 2 seats if it's April.
Great. Oh yes.
But I'm looking forward to it. So what is it you're going to be?
2 seats in the hot water, please.
Yes. What is it you're going to be demonstrating?
Well, we will. Let's sort of start at the beginning, which is a very good place to start. And just simply to explain, the little Fascinator base. This is the cambric base. It's absolutely brilliant for, you can, oh sorry, I've got a black, there we go, let's hang it. It's brilliant to be, if anybody's done cross stitch or anything like that, then they'll know then that this is probably very, very similar to that, in as much it's great for stitching through.
Yeah.
Obviously you can glue onto using E6000, fabric glue, tacky glue, whatever. But it will take the glue brilliantly if that's the way that you want to go. I personally have stitched because I found it so simple. And when you're stitching textiles onto something like this, it gives you more of an ability to, say, pull on the thread so that you get a little bit more shape with it. Yeah, exactly. So we start obviously with the base. Now, I started on all of the Fascinators that we're showing today around and at the edge, only simply because I think if you start to develop the edge of the Fascinator base, it leads you into your inspiration for where else you want to go, whether you want to go asymmetric, whether you want to be completely symmetric, whether you want to cover the whole thing, whether you want to be a little bit more discreet, as it were, and just have a little bit of decoration. But really, you can make something quite small like this into something, as Elle just said, into a really large Fascinator stroke hat.
Yeah.
The lace is fantastic for edging. It's also fantastic for making the decorations. It's a matter really of perhaps playing a little with it. You see you've got these gorgeous designs, and the first thing let me just snip it off so I'll make it a little bit easier. Now when you come to trim the lace, particularly one like this, which is like a pure lace, you'll see that the edges are very much sealed to the edges really beautifully to allow you, I'll just take the smaller scissors here, so that you can really not lose a shape at all, because you can just go along that little framework. And because lace like this has a stiffened nature to it, so it's got a textured top, it doesn't fray, okay? So when you cut, those edges are really, really sealed. Now, if at the end of the reel you've got one that hasn't been snipped as nicely as you would do it yourself, obviously these are just measured and then put into rolls. Again, just take that one off. Yeah, I mean keep it, because you can just pop it in anywhere as a little stand-up piece or as a centre to a flower. And then with the little base, all I've used a size 12 needle. You could use a thicker gauge, but I use my size 12s for soutache, and I just thought it would be great for this if you could manage to thread it. That's the only thing about having a fine needle. But it will beautifully, the finer the needle that you can manage, the better, because it does mean that you can get through these the sort of the little holes in the fabric without doing any damage at all. So let's get back to thinking about how to begin. So from my point of view, I quite like something that sort of attaches itself, and then you can see how you can see that there. If I move that back in, we lose the pattern on the edge, and we've still got this sort of a harder edge that's still there. So for my first layer, literally I've brought it to the edge, and then I put a little knot on the end of my needle, and then just bring it through from the back to start with. Now if you can manage to get that through literally, I'm sorry that you can't see it, I'll explain it, but on the part of the lace here, we've got a little bubble. So I've tried to aim it through there, just simply that the knot will catch. Don't worry if it won't, just bring it through gently, and then taking the needle as close as you can get. Now because this is treated with this sort of stiffener, just find a point in which there is a little bit of tension, so that you know you're actually stitching through fabric rather than stitching into and straight through a hole. So that's the way to start moving. Move along the whole distance around the fascinator edge. Literally don't, for goodness sake, do this quickly, because trust me, you will catch the thread that you're using within the lace, and it's just, and often you get those magic knots that you have no idea how they've happened. You can also, you'll find that it also stitches quite perfectly and beautifully around this thickened edge here.
I was about to say that.
Yeah.
Can you stitch onto that?
No problem whatsoever. So start at the sort of the furthest point from you, just to give yourself that little bit of, basically it's the starting point, isn't it? So we've got a little bit of gluing, as it were, to the part that has got the little holes in it, and then move into the edge. Stitch until you're confident that it's going to hold. Don't have any tension with your stitching. It's a little bit like soutache. Take it slowly and guide it through. Literally watch it through and take it very slowly, so that you're guiding the thread each time, so that you're not catching it. You'll know when there's enough stitches. Don't overstitch, just stitch until you're confident that that is enough. And as I say, don't pull on it, because you will then just make that sort of gather. Unless that's another story. If you want it to be gathered, that's fine. Then just pull it a little bit more, have a little bit more tension, and then you can gather the lace. So if you continue all the way around the edge with your stitching, now you can go all the way around if you want to, or you can just finish it like I've done on a few, keeping it asymmetric and just finishing there. It's very much a matter of either having a really good set idea in your head of what you want to make, or just let it happen. Obviously, if you're making fascinators for functions, which that's what they're really meant for, you can have a colour idea, obviously. But as far as the fascinator growing, it's quite a nice thing to do, because the inspiration just gets led by the previous inspiration.
I was going to say, I'm looking at yours. I hope you don't mind me just grabbing this and pulling it closer, because I've noticed that. Just taking from that lace, cutting out those small kind of leaf.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to. I'll leave you to it.
No, it's absolutely. I'm glad you noticed it. Yes, I mean, let's just come to that one next.
Can you see that little flower?
If you, I mean, starting with the lace around the edge is obviously probably, most of us, that's probably where we would probably start. And then, as I said, as I keep on sort of saying, it grows and it grows and it grows. Yeah. And all the time you're using the textiles give you more and more idea of what to do, which really means that you can look at the lace. Let me cut a chunk of the lace off again. You can look at the lace. Let me just go around that one there.
Whilst Linda's just cutting that short section, am I all right to bring the gemstones in? Because we did deliberately separate the actual kit itself, so you can have the fabrics or the bases, if you like, and then the gemstones separately. Now, we've deliberately chosen gemstones that work wonderfully. We're thinking sort of bridal, fascinator, also the colour combinations that you actually have with the fabrics, and they are amazing. They don't have to be for your fascinators, but they work beautifully with this technique. Now, you have got some stunning faceted agate here, which we were just showing off there. You've used it as in the inside of the flower to show you that wonderful sparkle. These are 4mm. They're the 4mm in terms of the size. Then you've got slightly daintier 2mm micro fascinated black agates. So these are the agates, these are the quartz, I beg your pardon, but you can't tell the difference, can you? Because they're both so beautifully shiny and lustrous. So sticking with, wonderful with your black lace, and you can really see that sparkle and lustre against them, can't you? Then let's bring in some more of your quartz in this beautiful sort of cherry red, which I absolutely love. Again, when you think about black and red, with the actual lace, with the check, with the actual floral feathers rather that you've got within the kit, just stunning, all work lovely. You've also got micro-faceted agates here. And I always say it, small but mighty. They might be tiny, but you really do notice them, don't you? There's a lot of colour that's carried within those. Are these 2mm?
Yep.
2mm. So 2 2s, 2 4s, and then you have got your wonderful pearls, which I'm sure you've all noticed within Linda's design as well. Stunning freshwater cultured pearls, a beautiful shape. And you've sewn these on, haven't you?
Yes, I have. Yeah,
so sewn them onto the actual Fascinator itself, but there's nothing stopping you gluing them if you wanted to.
No, absolutely not. Just use a good sort of tacky glue. I mean, the E6000 will work. There's a fabric glue that we do as well. That will work as well. There's most glues actually will work. But you want something that you can just pop the glue down and then pop on whatever gemstone or bead that you're using, and just give you a few seconds to position it before it suddenly goes off. So don't use the glue that's super.
Yeah, absolutely. And also I'd be very wary of doing that with pearls anyway.
Yeah.
Amazing. Now it should be, if you were to buy them all separately off our own website, £27.75. It's still incredible. I mean, again, I'd pay that for the pearls. I'd pay that for the micro-faceting of the gemstone. You think how much, and the length of the strands, how much time, effort has gone into being able to bring you these, and the rarity of the gems. £16.95. Wait a second, that means you can get the entire kit with all the fabrics, with the bases, with the lace, and the gemstones for how much? Less than £35. Well, you'd pay more than that for one.
Absolutely.
Fascinator.
Oh, yes.
Oh, with genuine gemstones, you know. I'm just talking about a very insignificant Fascinator. Something like Linda's. Well, who knows? Who knows? What, sort of 50, 60, 70 pounds?
Yeah. Well, yes, I would have thought so, definitely. And I mean, let's face it, really, who puts cultured pearls on a Fascinator if you're buying from the shops? And if they did, you would be in triple figures, definitely.
Yeah, 100%. I'd be inclined, if you've got this absolutely mastered and you really excel, I would be inclined, be brave, go on, walk into that sort of shop that, you know, the wedding shops, walk into sort of the mother of the bride boutique type places, and I bet you they'll be really interested.
Well, anything with that magic, I mean, this is sort of probably wedding guest look, this. But walk into any shop that deals with that magic word bridal or magic word wedding, and somehow it just escalates, cost escalates. I found that out when my daughter got married.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, now look at these.
Okay,
they look so lovely and so different.
This is the thing about this sort of lace that's been stiffened, in that you can cut out all the sort of little pieces, bits and bobs, and then basically do what you will with them. I mean, if I just pop them together point to point, like that, they behave really well because they are stiffened. So if you put them point to point, you get that absolutely beautiful sort of little four-leaf shape. So you can just literally stitch through that centre point one at a time, go through the first one, and then bring in the second, then bring in the third, then bring in the last. Then, so I'm rushing through a bit because I just want to get onto the flowers. And then over sew the centre. And then these, I can't remember if these are the onyx ones.
They're actually quartz. Faceted quartz.
Brilliant. Thought they sparkled. And then you can bring the quartz in. And obviously if you want to, with lace, you've got obviously detail. These little sort of rounds at the end with the little 2 mils, you could follow that pattern and sew the little 2 mils on. Sky is certainly the limit. Well, it isn't a limit. There's no limits to what you can do with textiles and fascinators. So just sort of look at what you've got and be inspired by what you've got, really, I think is the way to go. Now with the do you want to bring anything in, or do you want me to go?
No, we're still with you. Okay. I mean, I'm really excited to learn about these flowers.
Now,
if I turn that
the
round,
flowers really are so simple, effective, and again, sky's the limit. The one that's just on camera now with this fabric here is a. Sorry, that one there.
Oh, okay,
sorry. We're going to go on. Sorry, we are going. We're going to the big one. This will show you how easy it is, again, to grow a very simple technique. All you need to do when making these flowers, and unfortunately I can't demonstrate it on air because it involves a sort of a naked flame to singe the edges, and we're not allowed. Now, if you are nervous about using a naked flame, what I used at home was a candle. It wasn't a long candle with the flame on the top. I quite sensibly actually used a candle that you get in little glass votifs or something, just so that any of the little bits that fall off actually fall around the edge.
Right.
I think it's just something I thought of. Well,
rather than on the carpet or anything like that.
Exactly. And a quick tip is, when you're doing something like this, you're using a naked flame to singe fabrics, etc., ribbons, whatever. Do it, if you can, near the sink or near a bowl of water, because there is an occasion where it might just catch. Okay, it's not a hot flame. It's not a hot flame that develops. You can just blow it out. Yeah. But just have that water there, just in case.
Yeah. It doesn't hurt. Safety first.
Absolutely. I mean, I was fine. I did actually blow a few out, but you see that the actual singeing of the fabric adds beauty
it really
to the edges. It really does. Now, you can take as big a piece of fabric as you want. That will obviously govern the size of the piece that you're making, whether it's a flower, well, they're all stylized flowers or whatever. Now, this piece here is going to make a relatively small one. Now, all I did was, and again, now this, you can see that's not actually cut very symmetrically. You don't have to be symmetrical. You don't have to make templates. You can just literally take your scissors, and I'll just cut a form of a rough circle, and it is really, really rough. So just go around. Don't worry about it not being a proper circle or anything, because it enhances the finished flower. So as you can see, that isn't the greatest circle in the world, but it'll work out perfectly. And then with the others, make yourself probably about upwards of 6 or 7. Obviously, the more you make, the more of a blossom that you'll make, the more of a full-blown flower that you'll make. You can cut corners by popping the original back on and then cutting all the way around, and then you've got all of your shapes cut in basically in one go. And then all you need to do, I've just got one from the next kit here, so I'll show you how this will transform. All you need to do now on this particular one, this is where I first started these designs, was I used this as it was, and I just literally, if you imagine that's a candle flame here, I just kept probably about 1 centimetre above the flame, and within a heartbeat you'll find that the fabric will start to curl, and the edges will almost start to, well, they start to seal. Okay, that's something obviously to do with the makeup of the fabric. And what you get then, when you've gone all the way around, is something like that.
Ah, that looks so lovely.
And obviously, this is from the next kit, so I'll probably be bringing it back again later. But when you've done several of those, okay, and you pop them together, you've basically got a flower.
I totally want to have a go at this when I get home.
It is so therapeutic.
I want to do it when I get home.
It's exciting, it's quick, and you marvel at it actually.
Yeah, I bet.
Such simple methods can create such beautiful.
Got a couple of text messages for you as well. Sorry, I keep dropping that. For you, Linda.
Don't worry.
Message from Mark in Nottinghamshire. I am making jewellery for my cousin's bridesmaids, including a tiara. Would never have been able to attempt it without Linda's demo. She's a star, isn't she just? Isn't she just? Totally agree. We've got some more for you as well. Jackie in Kent says, hiya, I will be mother of the bride soon. Congratulations, Jackie. What a lovely day for you. Do you have any suggestions for headwear jewellery? Beach wedding, bright colours. Oh, how fabulous. I wonder where that is. Yeah. I wonder where that is. Well, you could use these floral designs, couldn't you, in all different coloured fabrics?
Yeah, again, you see, if you've got this very, if a base just like this, okay, and obviously you've got sort of a beach wedding, and most weddings have some form of themes, even if it's a simple theme from colour, and it goes through like beaches, fairy tale, all sorts of things. Obviously, just imagine what would inspire that first thought for your theme. Say with a beach wedding, you can easily pick up some little shells and drill them. And use those in Dremel.
I've got the Dremel coming up a little bit later on.
So it's really absolutely everything.
I'd be thinking all lots of colour, lots of really lovely, beautiful, bright colours.
Just be completely relaxed and inventive.
Marilyn in Nottinghamshire is saying, "Hi ladies, what about the thread zapper? Will that work?"
Yes, the thread zapper will work. The thread zapper will definitely work. And what else works? If you're a bit nervous of a flame, is a light bulb.
Ah, yes, if it's got quite hot.
Be careful, because light bulbs do, unless they're LEDs and that.
We're talking about actually singeing the flowers themselves, so if you're actually wondering, what do you mean, thread zapper, what we're talking about? Actually making that, rather than a flame if you're nervous.
It's anything, basically, that is hot and will melt and create that change in the way that fabric's being made. And most fabrics, well, I haven't found a fabric yet that doesn't curl. Obviously, just as I keep on saying, please be careful, please be careful. But most fabrics, if they get hot, will start to curl. The longer you leave them in the heat of the flame or the light bulb, the more curl and curve that you will get.
This is my favourite, Linda. I love this.
That one is sort of the wackiest I could get.
I love it. Maybe I am. Well, I'm a bit wacky. I think this is fantastic.
But when I say that, it isn't really the wackiest I could get, because I mean, to be honest, I could make these forever and a day and probably put absolutely anything and everything, you know, even dolls' furniture.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, fantastic.
Just make them so wacky.
Well, you see all the pictures at Ascot, don't you?
Exactly.
Amazing. Thank you so much. We've got more with Linda back at 10 o'clock, where we're going to be continuation tutorials like this. Incredible designs. And, of course, they will be uploaded, the photographs, to Facebook. Thank you so much, my darling. Let's take a wander this way, because I'm about to bring you one of my absolute favourite gemstones. And Linda's. I know it's one of yours as well, Linda. You might not know that this is actually included in this morning's show. But we are talking about the stunning, the most reflective, the most seducing of gemstones, that is your black spinel. Now this is totally and utterly natural and faceted to absolute perfection. Again, you could really incorporate this into your Fascinator design. You saw earlier the tassels just there. Imagine some of these sort of suspended, maybe in amongst the hair. Would absolutely incredible, because they are briolette cut, so they're 360 degrees. They've got that lovely chandelier effect. It is a gemstone which has been adorned and absolutely adored for centuries. It's dramatic, and I don't think there's anything like. I mean, Linda, when you see a strand of spinel, I mean, there is a difference between one spinel strand and another, clearly, but when you see spinel like this, which has been faceted, which is all about the actual cutting and the polishing, if you don't get that right, then you don't see that sparkle, because it is, of course, an opaque gemstone. When you see a strand like this, which is absolutely jam-packed, by the way, 142 carats, and you can see they're not just double-stranded, they're what looks like almost triple-stranded in total. Beautiful luster. It's just love at first sight, isn't it? Well, it is for me, and I know it is for you as well, Linda.
I adore spinel. I really, really do. In any size, any shape. But those sort of teardrop shapes are just so beautiful. For, you know, big chandelier drop earrings, or just going to one on a silver chain.
The good thing,
flowers,
all sorts. I mean, you think about a briolette cut, which is one of the most, well, I suppose one of the most recognised, but also it's been around since the Victorian era, and it was very much used for exactly that chandelier style. Around, if you think about the 1920s, they loved a briolette cut as well, because it was all about sort of big, bold statement pieces. This would be absolutely fantastic for that. Again, you can reverse them, point them upwards, can't you? Use them in tiaras.
You could tiaras, say wire wrap them within tiaras, which would be stunning. I've got a black, and I think I've mentioned it a few times, but a black and gold and ivory wedding coming up towards the end of the year. I'm stocking up with a spinel at the minute.
Are you?
I haven't got that strand. I hope to get it, because I just think it's incredibly feminine, a briolette drop.
I agree. I mean, if you take a black gemstone, you know, some people might think, oh, it's a bit heavy, but actually, I personally think it can be one of the most feminine. Yeah, I mean, is it any wonder that Tiffany's, Chanel, Gucci, Lorraine Schwartz, Van Cleef & Arpels, I mean, all the big boutique designers favour spinel because it is one of the most reflective and lustrous of your precious, of your black gemstones, perfect for earrings. And look how they're almost triple stacked onto this strand. You've got so many faceted, beautiful quality spinels, totally and utterly natural. Thailand is a wonderful source of this gorgeous gemstone. And by the way, Thailand has got some of the most reputable connections in the gemstone world. Do you know 90% of all ruby will actually go through through the Thai borders because they know about gemstones, they know about faceting the gemstones, they know about enhancing the gemstones if necessary. Obviously this doesn't, but they are without shadow of a doubt one of the locations on the planet that is very, very, very significant with gemstones. So the fact that it is coming from that location really does excite me because I know that they have been unearthed and faceted very well if that is where these were actually cut. I mean, just beautiful luster, and just a couple of these really do you know, carry a lot of impact. It's got the same crystal structure as a diamond, so forms in a cubic manner. Obviously you're not going to see fire, brilliance, you're not going to see scintillation because it is an opaque gemstone, but when you've got quality faceting like this, it's a wonderful virtuous luster, and it's all about sort of an exterior sparkle. Well done to those of you that have already got involved. There are lots of you there. Durable gemstone, which is always, always on trend. Coco Chanel once said that black and white are just in perfect harmony. I totally, totally concur. If you think about her incredible collections, they seem to be timeless, don't they? This, it should be at £17.95. Wow, amazing. Should be. I'm hoping to get this as well, Linda. $12.95.
Oh my
That's
word.
an incredible price point.
I tell you what, Al, going back to the sort of probably the first, even 3 to 4 years of Jewellery Maker, you wouldn't have got spinel anywhere near close to that. You know, it's just the nature of the buying power now. It is
pure and simply about the buying power. Well done to those of you that have been successful. I'm joining you, I know Linda's joining you, and I'm personally thinking straight away it'll be incredible with this kit. Ron and Sue, Carol, Nicola, Surrey, Yorkshire, Elizabeth, Sue, Annette, Sarah, Sylvia, hello to you. Loads of you there. Listen, just because I move on doesn't mean you haven't been successful. Please do check out, please do stay on those phone lines. But I need to move on because, sorry, let's bring you monochrome, shall we? Stick to the monochrome. So, and we've actually got samples made by our wonderful beading buddies. These are cultured pearls, the perfect tear shape. Half drilled, you're getting 5 pairs. 5 pairs in total. Let me just try and pick these up so you can actually see that gorgeous shape. We really must get some tweezers in here. There we go. There we go. Can you see that? They're 8 by 7 millimeters. You're getting 5 pairs. They're drilled from the top here, right halfway into the gemstone. So it means you're not gonna see any imperfections, if you like, any indentations. We have got finished samples. Oops. See, that's why we need proper tweezers. We've got finished samples by our wonderful beading buddies here, by the lovely Anne. Just to prove, all you need is findings. Look at these. And also, how easy would it be to create a piece of jewellery like this? How easy. Look at the consistency of the sizes and the shapes. Just look how wonderfully they cascade. And all that is what, a couple of eye pins. Now Anna's used all 10. All 10. You could be a lot more conservative with your pearls. Don't have to invest all 10 in such designs. Should have been £8.95. 10 pearls of this size, of this quality, £6.95. I'm sorry. In the short break, I'm going to have to get myself a little pen and I'm going to be ticking lots and lots and lots of boxes this evening. My order's going to be opened. They're amazing, aren't they? I mean, look how I mean, that we haven't duplicated one here. You can see the consistency of the shape and the consistency of the nacre surface. You can see the quality there. Thank you, Anne, for making those, by the way. Lovely to show off finished designs like so. We've got so much more to bring you as well throughout the course of the morning. It is the bridal show. We've got brand new Malachite cabochons. Haven't seen that in I don't know how long. Don't forget that sterling silver charm. Grab it whilst you can. Again, grab it whilst you can. It's been added to my order. Again, it's just one of those wonderful gifts, isn't it? That's easy, and you know is going to be adored. Make sure you check out on Linda's kit because very, very, very popular. It's been added to my order as well. More with Linda, designer inspiration, and more amazing deals coming your way, and lots of brand new ins after this.
Jewellery Maker have a special offer running on our workshops. If you book yourself on 4 workshops, you'll receive £50 off. We have a variety of courses to choose from beginner to advanced, covering a wide selection of mediums. This is a limited offer until the end of February, so book your places now to avoid disappointment. Are you new to jewellery making? Not sure where to start? Not sure what materials you'll need? Then tune in to Jewellery Maker between 7 PM and 9 PM throughout January for our Get Started show. We'll guide you through how to get started with step-by-step tutorials. Our talented designers will give you advice, inspiration, and introduce you to new mediums. Start off the new year with a new hobby. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker by liking our Facebook page and join over 55,000 like-minded people. Live every day from 8 AM to 9 PM. So come and join in and get creating with Jewellery Maker. There are 4 easy ways to stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 54,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with Jewellery Maker.
Emerald is a member of the beryl family. It's one of the only gemstone families named for its chemical composition, beryllium, aluminium, silicate. Emeralds often display three-phase inclusions, and these can include a liquid-filled cavity, which can sometimes have either a little gas bubble or even a crystal, and it's really interesting to see in the case of emerald, because as you turn the stone, the elements within the inclusions can actually move as well. The finest examples of emerald do come from Colombia still, and there's quite an array of colours in the different tones of green. Other localities for emerald include Pakistan and Namibia.
Welcome back, everybody. What a morning. What a great start to this Saturday. We've brought you some, well, Linda, I should say. It's the royal we there. Linda has brought you amazing inspiration. I was just saying, Linda, I'm going to be doing that later. I'm totally going to be making sort of fascinators and things like that.
So I think it's really nice if you've got a wedding invitation pop through the post or whatever, or you're going to the races, anything really. You can make anything for that specific. Yeah. And you can be as specific as you want it to be.
And how proud will you be when people say, oh, I love your hat? Because people do, don't they? You tend to comment on your hat or your fascinator. Oh, thanks, I made it. Yeah. You can say that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think if you do a bit of research, you will see how enormously expensive some of these are.
Oh gosh, hundreds of pounds they can be. Now, so much more to bring you, including brand new in Malachite cabochons. Haven't seen them, and I don't know, months upon months upon months upon months. They are absolutely exceptional quality coming your way this morning. We've got brand new ins of Smoky quartz. We've got some of the world's rarest gemstones, including Andalusite, which is one of my favourites. Tsavorite garnet, which, by the way, those of you who are thinking straight away, if there's any gemologists watching right now, any geologists, anybody that loves their history of gemstones, straight away the ears are picking up. Because Tsavorite garnet, we are talking one of the rarest and most valuable gemstones on the entire planet. I've got a little story to share with you of that. That's coming up later on. Brand new in Cianite, amazing Mookaite coming your way. Did you see those? Oh, here, let's hold it up. That's the best way of describing it. Showing you rather than actually describing it. I'm sorry about the little puppy scratches, but look at this. So if you've seen those geometric shapes, these are actually coming your way a little bit later on. Stunning! Oh, I love it in the Mookaite. The Mookaite is my new favourite. Love it, love it, love it. So much to bring you more designer inspiration from the wonderful Linda. But shall we get this show underway? I'm going to get this show underway with, on the back of your white pearls that you've just seen there, maybe you want something with that little bit more contemporary. We saw the drops there, so maybe these could be the centerpiece. Linda, we were referring to the sort of royal black and white earrings, pearl earrings, which fetched millions.
Yeah, they were originally bought for Wallace Simpson by, I think, Edward. And then they went into an auction and Calvin Klein bought them for his wife. And then I think when he auctioned them, about 3 years ago, something like that, they fetched over $1 million.
Yeah, for black and white pearls. Yeah. I mean, obviously there is a certain amount of history attached to that, and you know the people, that valuation, the people that were wearing it, and the events, etc. However, it's also the desirability of the gemstones and how sought after those gemstones are. Black pearls are some of the most aspired to, I guess, because they have got a very dramatic, taking a graceful gemstone, and I do think a pearl is a graceful gemstone, but then really adding to that drama, I suppose, and making it just that little bit more contemporary. These are a lovely button shape, so can you see they're quite flat on the actual bottom of the actual pearl, so they'll sit wonderfully against the ear or the décolletage if you wish. An absolutely fluid nacre surface again. There's no indentations, no blemishes whatsoever across the surface of the actual pearl itself. You are getting how many pairs? 5 pairs, so 10 of these in total. 10 pearls in total. Again, work wonderfully with the pearls that we've just seen.
Yeah, absolutely beautifully. But also with that button shape, because it's not drilled all the way through, it would be stunning for rings.
Yes.
Wouldn't it? If you wire up into a ring, you can even put the wire just into the drill hole and have one of these, I've forgotten the actual terminology for it, but I did one some months ago, where the pearl will stand proud of the setting.
Lovely.
And that's really nice because you can't see any of the mechanics then.
Yeah, I love that idea.
Because you're looking down on a ring, aren't you?
Absolutely. Yeah. I think there's something about elevating a gemstone. Again, you can use this for prong setting.
Yes, absolutely.
For those of you that do prong setting, I know Alison actually has. I'm holding it there so you can actually see the sizes. Alison Tarry has got workshops of prong setting, so if that's something you want to develop or move into. It's looking like these are going to be a sellout, so let's bring that price tag in. Should be, incredibly, £6.95. Wow! Launched on the Late Show, not with ourselves, but let's bring it to you at that incredible launch price. 5 pairs, so 10 pearls of this size, not £6.95, that's already astonishing. £5.95. That's £1.19 per pair of pearl earrings. It's so easy to create something with a pair of earrings. I know, I mean, Linda, we're pulling faces, but it's absolutely...
Well, you couldn't get a faux pearl for that.
You couldn't?
No.
You couldn't get a faux pearl for that?
No, you couldn't.
Well done, Fiona, Yorkshire. Hello to you, Jennifer, Deborah Jane, Vera, Richard, Kent, Susan, Nicola. It's so easy to, if you've got the findings, fantastic, because all you need is a little bit of your E6000 precision glue in the end, and you're done to make a pair of butterfly stud earrings. Or if you can even make your own findings for these. So it's limited in terms of the actual cost that you actually... It's minimal, isn't it? That was the word I was looking for.
It's crazy price. But can you imagine with the black spinel? Because the black spinel's being brilette and the top drill. Can you imagine a tumble of those?
Cascading down.
Oh, yes.
They'd be fabulous, wouldn't they? Well done to those of you that have made those confirmations. I can't stress, web bidders, if you don't check out, you're going to miss out on this because they are running out. Joan, Agnes, Joe, Joanna, Teresa, Surrey, congratulations to you, Anne and Jennifer. Stay where you are on those phone lines. And again, they don't have to be earrings. They can be pendants, they can be rings, they can be anything. They could be used within your first kit that you saw. I mean, they'd be incredibly decadent on your first kit.
Yeah, there's nothing that you can't do. Any bespoke piece of jewellery, you can use those half drill pearls.
Absolutely, they are very, very, very universal. Now, moving on, talking of pendants, I've got 2 sterling silver chains coming your way. I was showing you them earlier with that charm, with the actual charm that we brought first off. If you weren't with me and you didn't see it, not a problem, I'll bring it to you now. Now, these are a lovely open link. They are a finished item of jewellery because they do come with the actual connector, with the actual bolt ring at the end. I'll show you that as well on this one. So 2 you're getting. Open links, so for those jewellery makers that are thinking, well, I do turn that into maybe a charm bracelet, or I'd be using that as something else rather than a necklace piece, that's absolutely fine. It's just an added bonus, I suppose, that you are getting the 2 bolt rings. There's a lot of sterling silver, and you can see just how substantial they are on the back of the hand. You can see how beautifully lustrous they are. And again, this with that charm that you saw first thing this morning is just an amazingly high-end piece of jewellery, which you could be pushed, well, certainly, what, 60, 70, 80 pounds in most retailers?
For me, it sort of hits you between the eyes when you make jewellery, but for me that would be a his and hers piece, because that's a feminine chain, but it's also a masculine chain too.
I agree.
So it would be nice as a his and hers piece.
That's a nice idea.
A charm on each one. Or those sort of ones that sort of meet in the middle.
Yeah, that's a really nice idea.
But I quite like that. I would certainly have that if I was selling. I'd have that on my his and her stand.
Love that idea. And they tend to be making a bit of a comeback, don't they? Those sort of like the best friends.
The friends. Like, I mean, my 17-year-old niece came around yesterday and she's doing exactly that, which is what they are doing.
Ah, what a nice idea. Now we have got triple figure quantity of these, and again, so easy to take a pearl like you just saw there, the half drilled, and suspend one, and you've got a stunning piece of jewellery. Similarly, we've got loads of high-end gemstones, all different budgets coming up throughout the course of the morning as well. Your luxury duo, substantial gram weight of your precious metal here, 2 complete finished sterling silver chains. And I know that we've brought you chains previously before, however, this is one of the larger links, 3x2 millimeter, and great to have. You don't realise you need it until you do. Do you know what, does that make sense? You know, you think, oh well, okay, I've got chainel, or I've got sterling chains already within my collection. Until you actually get them at home, you always find a use for them in some way, shape or form. I wear them on their own, cover all the little puppy scratches that I seem to have, which are just dreadful, aren't they? Because these are so substantial, they'll actually cover all those. Good luck to every single one of you. They should be coming your way. Jewellery Maker price, never mind outside of these 4 walls, £15.90. I mean, I highly doubt you'd find one of these chains for the quality, the gram weight, at that price tag externally. However, we're bringing you 2, not £15.90. Already super competitive. Already. That's, I don't like saying negative words with our auctions, but that is ludicrous, isn't it?
Totally. You know, you'd be absolutely blown away if you saw one of those in the Jewellery Quarter in Birmingham. If you saw one of those in one of the shop windows for £7.95, you think, whoa, let's go.
Well, you wouldn't think it was sterling silver, would you?
You wouldn't think it was right. No, absolutely not.
Wait, what, £3?
No, that's just, that doesn't equate to the weight of silver. does it?
Let's just say it's just under £4 per sterling silver. I mean, you think about it, precious metal is currency. It is a type of currency. You know, I'm holding pound signs right now. I'm not saying that you know, I can't even go into prices of silver and gold per gram because it changes every single second. But that's just ludicrousy. Sorry, that's the only word I can think of. And I don't like it, it isn't a negative. They're absolutely flying. Almost 70 in baskets. We had 100 and how many, Kim? 150. So half the stock is in baskets. It's not going to stay there. If you don't make those confirmations, it will be allocated on a first come first serve, and the majority of you choosing to buy more than one of these, and why on earth wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
At that price.
Well, I've got in the little room where I make my jewellery, I've got just a little bust, and there's a silver chain on it. And that is exactly what you referred to at the beginning when you brought the silver chain on, is that you don't know when you need one. So I'll always have one silver chain on that bust. If I use it, I replace it immediately.
Yeah.
Because as you say, you just never know.
No.
Ever. You never know if one of the chains that you might use on a daily basis. But you just never know, do you?
No, absolutely. I'm quite heavy-handed. I'm quite clumsy. Yeah. So I mean, I deliberately buy chains which have got a lot of gram weight to them, like this, just because I know that if I wear one of those, what I always call the insignificant ones that don't even fall on the neckline, you know, kind of stick to you. If I buy one of them, it's going to last me 5 minutes, just because I am quite clumsy as a person. So I know that this is what I look for.
That's a nice fluid shape as well. Being an open link like that, a large open link, it lays softly.
Oh gosh, we're way over allocated, so we've got less than 50 available. Good luck, good luck, good luck. It's going to sell out. Congratulations to you. And by the way, again, I've got more gemstones coming up throughout the course, all different budgets of the morning, which will just look amazing with that. Crimp covers. Is it these? Let's see. Yeah, these here. Absolutely gorgeous. We had the rose gold earlier on. We had the yellow gold earlier on. Now I'm bringing you that silver colour. They're copper with your silver plate over the top. You're going to get 200 in total, so more affordable way of buying your crimp covers. You've still got precious metal on here. You've still got that gorgeous liquid luster that I refer to with your 925 sterling silver, and they are coming to you at a mega price point, slightly bigger, 5 by 4 millimeters. So earlier on this morning we had the 3 millimeter crimp covers, and they are wonderful. Sort of the best way of describing them is almost like a sort of snail shell.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. They're they call them. Sometimes they call them an oyster shape. Sometimes they call them a clam sort of shape. But essentially, they are there to finish off a piece of jewellery. And that particular size, just pointing it out, is the standard size.
Right.
So crimps do come in different sizes, but that is what will cover a standard size crimp, and anything below that, obviously, it's going to cover as well. If you see what I mean.
Yes, it's just going to be bigger. So
exactly.
I mean, that's not a bad thing.
Because basically, it has to sort of eat that crimp. And if you are crimping, if you don't mind me just sort of adding this, if you are using these as crimp covers, make sure that you use the crimping tool for the crimp bead itself, because that sends it back into its little tubular shape, and then that, because it's tubular inside, it will eat it beautifully. I love that terminology. The fact that the crimp covers eat the crimps, and you even do the like Pac-Man. Yes, exactly. Kind of like him. Exactly. It is like Pac-Man. Exactly. I used to love that. So you can get our crimping tools again off our website. So it does make a difference. I know if you're thinking, oh gosh, you're only saying that, Eleanor, so we'll get the tool. So we'll get the tool as well. But it does make the difference. It really does. And actually having those two, if you can imagine it as the letter C, the two meeting in the middle. Yeah. Well, essentially, when you use your flat nose pliers to crimp, to sort of compress a crimp bead, you flatten it. Yeah. If you use the crimping tool, it's got 2 little notches in it, and the back one flattens, and then you go to the front, and that puts it back into a little tubular shape.
There we go.
So it's essential for the job. And then if you are going to use crimp covers, which I say, you know, if it's for yourself or you're selling, please use them if you can. And then it will work. It will be a nice compact finish.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, are not going to work open at any point because you've used the correct tool for the job. Again, straight away, lots of you are there on the website. I'm looking at London buying 4, and I don't blame you. I don't get to bring you crimp covers every single day, and they are great for attention to detail. 200 for £4.95. I mean, you're not going to need to buy crimp covers for a very long time unless you use these as, you know, really high embellishments and invest loads of them into a piece. You're not going to need them for a long time. £4.95. They do make that difference, and I'm thinking about this time of year, if it's your business, you've got a jewellery making business, which I know many of our jewellery makers have, which is fantastic. I love that. I love the fact that people have got their hobby and their passion actually as their bread and butter too. So you will probably be thinking about the wedding season. My good friend Hannah is getting married in June this year, Hannah Bennett, and again, it was like over the Christmas period, it kind of went a bit quiet about the wedding. You know, we weren't talking about it so much because understandably we're all engrossed in Christmas. Now all systems go again. It is all systems go, and people, you'll be thinking about the fairs, you'll be thinking about the trade shows and things like that, so you'll need crimp covers where people expect luxury, don't they?
Yeah, and the thing is, at the end of the day, if you're making jewellery, obviously you need all your components.
Yeah.
And you can't forget things like this.
No.
It's a real valid component of it. So, you know, you've got your gemstones, you've got your beading threads, but you do need all of what comes under the terminology of findings.
Yeah, absolutely. It sounds a bit boring and dull.
But they're necessary.
But they're absolutely necessary to actually create the pieces of jewellery themselves. Okay, incredible. How about lots of beautiful colour? What's one of the most popular colours of wearing, colours to wear at a wedding? Purple is very, very, very popular. It's complementary of different skin tones. It's very mother of the bride. In summer you see a lot of bridesmaids wearing it as well. Kim was a bridesmaid in purple. Was it this specific colour? Wow, I bet that looked amazing as well. This is brand new in. I love the organic shapes of these.
So
they're gorgeous. Sorry, did you say it's been on once previously? I beg your pardon, it has been on once previously. I would just take one of these and turn it into a charm, maybe suspend it as sort of bridesmaids or flower girl necklaces. It doesn't, I know it's the wedding show, but this can of course be incorporated into any jewellery design. But I've never seen it like this before. Imagine a lava lamp where you've got those globules.
That's right, that's a good word. Yeah.
It's a good word, isn't it?
It is a good word, I like that word.
Globules. Moving around inside the lava lamp itself. You've kind of got those. I'm really drawn to this one at the bottom. Can you see that? This one here. That lovely shape.
They're very organic, aren't they?
They are very organic. I love the fact they're quite globular.
But because they are organic and because each one is significantly different to its neighbour, you could just restrand that and have a really interesting piece of jewellery. Yeah, lovely, great stretchy bracelet or something like that. They have got really substantial drill holes as well, I'm noticing, so you could very easily get an elastic through this. In actual fact, it looks like this is actually stranded on elastic itself. There's a substantial drill hole for you to feed through. 210 carats of your mystic quartz. Never be frightened of a gemstone that is actually treated or coated. 95% of the world's gemstones are actually treated in some way, shape or form. We are very, very, very meticulous about the quality of our treatment. We'll always state it, as you can see on the bottom of the graphics if you're with me on the television. This is, if you love your mystic topaz, it's a great way of actually introducing variations of colour, quite a kaleidoscope of colours that really take me back to my sort of childhood days. You can remember, I'm showing my age now, but those kaleidoscope
things that you used to play with as a child, I suppose, where you'd see all of those lovely colour spectrums. Imagine this glistening in the sun. It would just be amazing. Whilst, yes, it's purple, you'll also see flashes of gold, blues, pinks, yellows in there. Absolutely fascinating, and big sizes going right the way up to 22 by 11 millimetres. Surrey, Jeanette, Carol, Susan, Selena, Belfast, London, you're there as well. This should be $7.95. Do you know, the actual exotic topaz, which is what first originated, which is the mystic topaz, only was actually developed in the 1990s and is now one of the most popular treatments of a gemstones. You've got those similarities, that mystic quality, and it's $7.95 today, but not even that, because we're going lower. This is a no-brainer. I'd be adding this adding it to the basket, no question. I love purple. I love performing gemstones, and this is one of those sort of showstopper performing gemstones. $5.95, Linda. I mean, that's an amazing deal.
It is, totally. If your budget runs to it as well, I'd multi-buy on that, because simply restrand and have 3 graduated levels. Yeah. That would be quite a weddingy, a guest type weddingy piece of jewellery.
Yeah, it would.
Of the bride, wouldn't it? Because normally for wedding outfits, they're relatively a little bit more perhaps decorative than you would normally wear on an everyday basis, aren't they? So sometimes it's a good idea to keep the jewellery interesting but simple. And a gemstone like that is interesting, and because it's all different sizes and shapes, and obviously with a mystic coating and you're getting that real glow from it, it's probably a good idea to keep the design relatively simple.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that will work just because it's quite diverse in its different shapes and things.
Love it. I absolutely love it. Now, don't forget, I haven't told my producer, Kim. Kim, we're actually looking for proposals today. We're looking for proposals. So we've had some messages in. Deanna's asked her husband to renew their wedding vows. Her husband Stephen. So any proposals that are going on, or just stories generally about lovely proposals, or maybe funny proposals, text us in, because we want to hear from you. It is the wedding show. We've got a quick text message about the strand you've just seen from Trishelle in Surrey. Mine have the tiny areas which are druzy-ish. Oh wow, so stunning. Get them. I love that. I love how assertive you were there as well. You know, get them, buy them. Yeah. Absolutely. Now, I've got less than 100 of these available in the world. I'm about to bring you that strand of Mookaite. I held it up to the neckline. It's my absolute favourite that I've actually seen of these graduating bars. I've been lucky enough to bring you the, let's see, amethyst, the rutile quartz, and smoky quartz. Now I'm about to bring you the Mookaite. Mookaite is a gemstone which is one locational. It's found in Australia. And it really is one of those gems that shows, I guess, the beauty of the location. You can kind of imagine sort of outback colours. There's wonderful mustard hues, incredible sunset tones. It's very, very, very warming, totally and utterly natural, and usually very, very expensive. You know, you think about the one locational gemstones around, your Tanzanite, your Larimar, they instantaneously command a massive price point. I absolutely adore those combinations. It's like an artist's palette, the different variations of colour. And if you do like sort of your necessary, you know, you want the reds and the mustards and things like that, this might not be appropriate for you, but if you like mixing it up, if you like embracing Mookaite for everything it has to offer, the fact it has got all of those different tones in there, now is the time to respond, because we have got 100 and it's already flying. The first person, Deborah Jane, you've bought 2. I'm not surprised by that, Deborah Jane. You're not alone. You've got Susan, Emma, Pat, Nicola, Lorraine, Jennifer, Terry, Antoinette, Annette, Staffordshire, Louise. Antoinette in Belfast just bought 2 of these. I've got Andrea with me, Deborah with me, Louise with me. Congratulations. I would simply restrand these and leave it as is. We were talking about fascinators again with the designer inspiration. They'd be amazing for that too.
Absolutely. Yeah, it could create something quite dramatic. That's what I like about strands like that, particularly with Mookaite. But you've got the drama of how it's been cut, but just look at those colours and all of those colours, because it's a one gemstone. They all work together.
I love them together.
Yes.
It doesn't make sense to me why anybody would want to me, and everyone's different, I know that, but why you'd want to separate these colours.
I mean, they are just so divine, aren't they? And actually, it gives you a good colour palette to show you what will work together in other gemstones.
I'm just hiding the little Brutus scratches that I've got on my neck. Sorry, it's from my little puppy. But yeah, look at how, and they do that as well, don't they? They're magical. Totally and utterly natural and absolutely flying. I'm not surprised. It's my favourite out of these graduating bars. And again, it doesn't have to be a neckline piece. You can turn these into fascinators. You can turn these into tiaras. You can turn these into beautiful wire rings, like like Jan does. Just one of those bars wire wrapped.
Belts are coming back in again now. These sort of 1970s look, quite a hippie look.
Which one? Sorry.
Belt.
Oh, a belt.
You know, the low sort of wearing on the hips.
Yeah. That would be fabulous, because they would fall as well. Given the fact that they are top drilled, they would fall lovely.
Well, there's a lot of, over the next 12 months, there's a lot of vintage fairs hitting a lot of shows. And I think these are quite vintage, actually, quite 70s and 80s looking.
They're quite 70s colours, aren't they? Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah. I can see that. You know, the sort of maroons and mustards. We're going to have to bring that price in. Almost half the stock has gone, and still every second that I speak, more of you get involved. So easy to create a really big statement piece of jewellery. You can see substantial carat weight, 600 carats of your Mookaite. And there's nothing quite like it. I don't think there's anything that I compare Mookaite to.
Well, is it? Am I wrong? I might be wrong, but is it not one locational anyway?
Yes.
So that's probably why it's unique then, isn't
Absolutely.
it? Because of all of the minerals and things that it...
Well, we were talking yesterday, Linda, about the likelihood of Tanzanite ever occurring again. It was a question I was asked by one of our viewers, and said, what's the likelihood of Tanzanite occurring somewhere else? And I thought, good question, I've never been answered that. Because yes, whilst we say one location, it's not to say that it's the only place in the entire world. It might just lay undiscovered. Anyway, so I did a bit of research into it, and 1 in a million chance.
Right, okay. I think that's probably indicative of most one location. Yeah. Otherwise it would have been found, wouldn't it? Because we're looking.
Absolutely.
And same with the Mookaite, you know, it's a unique opportunity to create something that might well disappear.
I've just been... right, by the way, at the bottom of the screen it says Austria. Mistake, it's Australia. It's almost all gone. It's not found in Austria, it is found in Australia. Sorry, our mistake. Just ignore that at the bottom of the screen. Yes, you are right. Mookaite is definitely from Australia, and you can see it, can't you? You can see that it's an Australian gemstone. I've been lucky enough to go to Australia. My sister lived there for a while, and do you know, when you fly across, so I touched down in Darwin, the longest flight I've ever you can imagine. Touched down in Darwin, and you can actually see the centre of Australia. There's just nothing. Nothing. It's vast. So gone from Darwin right the way down to Adelaide on the south coast where Sarah was living, it is those colours. That's all you're looking at, really, those colours. So beautiful. Well done to every single one of you. Shall I bring you some gorgeous rose quartz? Well, if you're getting married in this year, 2016, your Pantone colour is rose quartz and baby blue. Any of you that have got pink bridesmaids, or maybe you're thinking about a pink outfit for a wedding, bang on trend, I tell you what. Well, this is absolutely appropriate. 16 inches, solid sterling silver, with your very beautiful consistent rosary link, and then plain rounds which are 6mm. So easy, and we were talking about this with the pearls, Linda, to replicate and create a piece of jewellery, just attaching a lobster claw and a bolt ring to the end. Definitely. And you've got a stunning neckline piece. Absolutely, definitely. I mean, you can go from taking one of them off of that chain and attaching it to a silver chain, the chain that you've had earlier, or you can use, you know, a collection of them and perhaps as a bracelet. But what I like about rose quartz, particularly that piece there, is that will go from a little, say, 3-year-old bridesmaid, and she will look really cute. Oh, really cute. You know, right up to an adult, and will look just as perfect. It won't look sort of over or,
you know, it's not too overstated for a tiny.
I totally get that, and especially on a big day, a sort of wedding like that, it is a dilemma of the brides when they've got youngsters and older bridesmaids as well. You want them to kind of look coordinated, but also you don't want to. Well, I personally wouldn't want to dress up maybe a 5-year-old to the same degree as you know, my friends, for example. Exactly. You have to be respectful of age in my eyes, but yet this is a way of doing that in jewellery. I totally agree. Last in stock though, last opportunity, 40 carats of your gorgeous rose quartz. We've got the final 32 available within the vault. Once they're gone, they're absolutely gone. $9.95. It's uncommissionable at that price. I mean, for you to source the sterling silver, for you to source the gemstones, I highly doubt you'd be able to do it at £9.95, and you would waste so much. Don't forget, I'm holding on to a great deal behind the back of the hand as well, so it is a full 16 inches. To every single one of you on those phone lines, Kathy, Jennifer, Barbara, Sylvia, Veronica, Lanarkshire, well done to you, Yorkshire, Carol, 2 Carols with me on the web, Diane in Surrey also, Annette in Dorset. Do check out as soon as you can, because it is a last in stock opportunity, and we've got people multi-buying. Again, I think it doesn't have to be a wedding. What a lovely gift, because my niece is 10 years old. She'd love this. Absolutely. And she's getting to that age where she appreciates gemstones. Definitely. And their rarity. She'd love this.
Yeah, it's such a feminine gemstone, those quartzes.
And if you multi-buy, I'm just thinking, if you multi-bought, imagine a really nice long neckline piece.
Definitely, definitely. And I mean, you could just add some silver chain to the back, so don't waste it around the back. Add about an extra 5 inches around the back, 2.5 inches either side, and then you can graduate them. You know, just buy 2, and you could probably get a 3 length graduated necklace then. Yeah. But out of 2 strands.
Absolutely amazing. Well done to those of you that were successful. Absolutely fantastic. Now, we've got so much to bring you. Loads of new ins. You've seen some of them. We've already had sellouts already throughout the course of the morning. There's a lot of eyes on Jewellery Maker this morning. I'm so glad that you've tuned in, because it is a very exciting show. More inspiration coming your way with a lovely Linda, who is bringing you fabulous fascinators. But we've got Malachite coming up in cabochons, which are amazing. What else have we got? Andalusite, one of the rarest gemstones, the gemstone of colours. We've got Tsavorite garnet, Cianite, star eyes after this. Without shadow of a doubt, this is one of your most popular gemstones, and I understand why. It's very visual, and it's very, very, very distinctive, and it's very expensive ordinarily, not today. What is malachite? Malachite is a gemstone which is very rich in copper. In actual fact, it's often found around sources of copper as a precious metal. This gorgeous gemstone is totally and utterly natural, which is absolutely fascinating when you consider just how intense and dramatic those greens are. It's steeped in history. It was adorned by Egyptians, Romans, and also the Greeks actually chose this gemstone, and it was Egyptians that used, similarly to your lapis lazuli, that used to actually grind this gemstone down into a very fine powder and use it for makeup or use it for actual art, works of art as well. What a crying shame that is, though, isn't it, to grind it down, this gemstone. Russian czars who discovered some really substantial rocks of this gemstone within the country actually decorated the palaces with this fabulous gemstone. It's gorgeously visual, and you have got amazing banding, which is what you want. It does tend to be the most sought after, the banding in the gemstone. Just because there's banding doesn't mean that you lack colour. Quite the opposite. It intensifies it in many, many ways. Now, it has been months since I've been able to bring you malachite. In fact, I don't know when the last time you even saw malachite in cabochons was. We were trying desperately to sort of find out, but it's been a long time. They arrived this morning, so brand new, absolutely everything that you aspire. Carat weight, you look for the banding, the formations and intensity of colour. My goodness, you've got it here in its droves. Now, we guarantee the carat weight that you've got on your screen, 250 carats. colours, wonderful formations. So you might see swirls and waves, you might see individual sort of speckled, a bit like knots on the tree, I suppose, within the lovely gemstone. But every single one will have, from us here at Jewellery Maker, the most incredible depth of colour, and it's totally natural. You'd be forgiven for thinking that this is a gemstone which actually has been dyed in some way, shape or form. Actually, sorry, bear with me a second, actually not the case. This is absolutely natural. Now, for those of you that are new to gemstones or new to Jewellery Maker, can I just point out that you have to be very, very, very wary where you source not just malachite but many gemstones. There is a lot of fakes, imposters if you like, saying that they are malachite and they're not. They're actually other, so it might be gemstones dyed, more fruitful gemstones, or might literally be, dare I say, a synthetic gemstone. So do make sure you buy from a reputable company. You can download our certificate of authenticity. No, and in fact I'd recommend you doing that when it comes to this gorgeous gemstone. But there's nothing quite like it. Madagascar is the country of origin, and you can really see though that waxy, virtuous luster. This is often actually coated. I mean, this is natural. We haven't actually put any resin across the surface, often actually coated to really enhance the overall beauty, but the quality that we've got here means that it didn't need any of that whatsoever. Now I've got 2, 4, 6 cabochons to show you here, but you might get 7, you might get 8, you might get 5. It's like I said, the carat weight that we actually guarantee. What you can see instantaneously is just the intensity of those colours. What is it about malachite that every single one of us absolutely adore?
It's something, it draws you in, malachite does. Somehow the Victorians loved it as well. And I was watching a programme, I was channel hopping the other evening, I think the night before last, and I was watching a programme about Fabergé. Yes. And there was in those mega eggs and things, there was obviously all of the coloured gemstones he used, but he used malachite as well. We all know how much they're running at now. And in fact, they're still looking for, I think, the last 3. So if you find one that looks like it, just make sure it is, or it isn't, because it's going to be worth something like 30 million. The 3
okay, that would do, wouldn't it?
But
I'd manage, I think, with that.
When you get designers and people of that level who are buying in gemstones like that, it has to speak something, because they know every gemstone, they've seen every gemstone. And
they can have every gemstone.
And they can have it, that's quite right, they can have every gemstone.
Yeah.
And the ones they choose have obviously got huge status.
Without shadow of a doubt. You can understand why Russian Tsars, Egyptians, Romans, Greeks, absolutely, they could have had any gemstones, and I'm obviously talking about hierarchy, individuals of stature, past and present, it's not just, in the past, we're talking about right now as well, and just an absolutely incredible gemstone. I don't think there's many that visually can give as much impact as malachite does. It's seldom seen on the mainstream market because of its wonderful rarity. I mean, we are one of the leading buyers of coloured gemstones in the world. We go to all different locations. We travel to the biggest gem fairs around the world. You know that of our connections with, which still are the same, with the Bennett family. If we struggle to get hold of it, especially in this size and this quality, then you can bet your bottom dollar, most establishments would really struggle unless we're talking about the big Fabergés, places like that. We've got a text message to share about malachite. Is that right? From, don't know who it is. Jamie. Hello to you, Jamie. Look at those smoky patterns. Reminds me of when you blow out a candle. That's right, yeah. And one of those wire wrapped to a ring. OMG, so beautiful. Yeah, it does. I can see what you mean, where you get those kind of smoky swirls.
Yeah, only Mother Nature can make them so perfect as well. You try and emulate them by painting them. It's a little forced.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
Mother Nature makes that beautiful flow. What I like about those cabs, though, from a side face on, they've got a nice dome to them.
They have.
So for prong setting, wire setting, even putting onto backing fabric and stitching little 2 mils, 3 mils around the outside, say, of a a black spinel or something. Black spinel and malachite is fabulous. Black spinel, if you've got black spinel, please get these malachite, because you will just fall deeply in love with that combination.
Yeah, it's that green which I just find so delicious.
And also the banding in the malachite is almost black in some points.
Yeah,
so you know,
absolutely.
working with a spinel, like, oh, it's just beautiful.
I'm excited for you. If you've never experienced malachite, it is one of the most beautiful gemstones. I truly think so. We've got Tsavorite garnet coming up later on as well, which will look amazing. What a combination: spinel, Tsavorite garnet, and malachite. Wow! Now we're talking.
Yeah, you are talking.
If you create a piece with Tsavorite garnet, malachite, and the spinel, please send me a photo, because I would love to see it. Well, all of us here at Jewellery Maker. We've got to bring that price in because we have 100 of these available. It's brand new. It's hot off the press. We've got 6 amazing cabochons of this gorgeous gemstone, which can command massively considered price tags when you've got the consistency, the intensity of colour, and intensity of colour is absolutely key when it comes to this gorgeous gemstone. Lovely formations and bandings, gorgeous sizes. They're not small malachite cabochons, are they? Not in the slightest. 250 carats goes. It's just where an indication where carat weight goes a long way. I only wish I had more. Deborah Jane, hello to you. Sean, Dawn, Lynn, hello to you. Another Lynn, hello to you. Lynn in Yorkshire, Lynn in Hertfordshire. Derbyshire, you've just bought 2 of these, I've just noticed. Karen, hello to you. Jenny, hello to you. London, Gail, Isabel, Caroline, Helen, Andrina, Surrey and Essex, Jill and Stephen, Amanda and Joyce. My own personal recommendation, please get these home if you've never seen malachite. You've got that 30-day money-back guarantee. You will fall head over heels in love with it, and I can't guarantee when we're going to bring it again. It's not a gemstone.
The distances between malachite being on show and the next one is huge.
Yeah, massive. I mean, you know, we'll probably more likely bring you diamonds and tanzanite than we're going to malachite, to be truthful. Okay, moving on. Something. Are they the faceted ones? Oh, yeah, they're by here. They're amazing. Had to put them on the T-bar. Something for Linda and something for you, obviously. Big, sizable, beautiful, dazzling espresso.
I know what you're going to say now then.
Champagne, luster, sparkle, brilliance. I'm talking about smoky quartz, of course. I knew you'd love it, Linda.
Oh, it's just... The bigger the smoky quartz, the more impact that gemstone has, as long as it's kept... for me, smoky quartz kept in a simple faceted round is what I want my smoky quartz to be.
Yeah.
I love the other shapes, but that strand is just so versatile.
Is it a case of the bigger the better as well with smoky quartz? Because certain gemstones, I think, look better in smaller sizes.
Yes, I absolutely agree, but I think smoky quartz, the bigger the better.
I agree.
Certainly if it's honestly, I know that's what you've got there is a big faceted round, but for me, just restrand that and wear that as a necklace. Again, as a wedding guest, it's dramatic, it's simple, but it has impact.
Yeah, I agree. And it's gonna get noticed. We don't get to bring you the 14mm faceted round, or plain rounds for that matter, in many gemstones, let alone smoky quartz. And I was talking yesterday, actually, in actual fact, of this gemstone. We're just gonna have to remove the graphics for a second because it's okay. Bear with us for a moment. Our computer is actually sort of digging its heels in on the price tag, the start by price tag, going no. So bear with us. Kim's overriding it. So yeah, you will get that start by price. What was I saying? Yeah. I mean, this size, yesterday I was talking about smoky quartz and how I think it's actually had sort of a reincarnation. It's never been out of fashion, don't get me wrong, but I think just lately we really are looking at, you're seeing a lot more pieces in your smoky quartz in your high-end jewellery establishments.
I think, well, that is certainly because I remember Steve telling me a couple of years ago that the big designers, whether they're fashion designers or whether they are jewellery designers, are moving into genuine gemstone coloured stones, right? They
Perhaps because they know that is a big market.
And colour is getting very big.
Yeah.
So consequently, that's why they've moved into coloured gemstone. Because when Steve first started doing gemstone, his passion obviously is coloured gemstones.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it was quite a rare phenomenon. But now everybody, there's no one. If you walk into say a mega boutique, let's say in Dubai or Paris or something like that, you're going to see a window full of coloured gemstone.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with you. And sort of going back to my experiences in the jewellery establishments that I stayed at, probably, I mean, I'm going back a few years now, but I'd say probably as high as 70–80% of the pieces of jewellery that they stocked back then was diamonds, and maybe a tiny percentage was your coloured gemstones, but they were even like your aquamarines, your sapphires, and your tanzanites. They were the big five. Now, I totally agree, it's kind of almost reversing. Let's bring that price tag in. We have less than 100 of these available, 14mm round, beautiful lustrous sparkle with that very rich espresso tone. Should be $11.95. It's our wedding fair day. Lowest price point coming your way, single figures. Just not these in between. This was some maybe champagne silk in between, or Eslon. Would look stunning.
Smoky quartz works absolutely wonderfully with the majority of coloured pearls. As well, it's something about the sheen on the pearl and the glow on the smoky quartz. You know, if you find perhaps some people just don't like black, they just don't like black, but this is a combination of your, you know, your dark gemstone having that drama and that impact, but not being black, and you can tell that, you know, even from here. I know that's not a black gemstone. If I didn't know what it was, I knew it wouldn't be a black gemstone. It's because you get that light internally, isn't it? It's because the smoky quartz should have clarity like this. So when you've got the ability with quality like this for the light to go to get into the heart of the gemstone, if you like, that's when you start seeing those champagne hues because of the quality. If you see champagne-esque colours, and you'll know what I mean, the flashes of gold, then you know you've got quality quartz, because, or smoky quartz rather, because the light is not being obstructed in any way, shape or form. So many of you there. Hello to every single one of you. Again, looking like it could be a sellout. Sheila, Nicola, Myra, Dorothy May, Isabel, Catherine, Sonia, Anne, Leslie. I can't possibly say hello to everybody. There's tons of you there. Please do check out as soon as you can. Would you just keep these on their own? I know you like to keep sort of smoky quartz with just smoky quartz. Yeah, I mean, I do like a one gemstone piece of jewellery, and that's the way I'm going at the moment. But you, as I say, it's beautiful with gold or silver, because it does give off a lot of silver light, smoky quartz does, so you can use it with any of the coloured metals. So you could just pop little spacers in between. It works brilliantly with pearls. And to be honest, one of those malachite cabochons just dangling in the centre of a big, brave 14mm smoky quartz neckline piece will be stunning. Wow. With maybe some, if you're a wire worker. Yes. Oh. Yeah, absolutely. Clip it on, clip it off, even. You don't even have it, so have to have it. So I was about to say that, absolutely. So you can have like what I call a capsule piece. Oh, amazing. Again, send us in the pictures. Well done, well done, well done. Love that. Now, I've not seen these in this colour at all, and the first time I actually saw these pearls, it was with you, Linda, and we were talking, how on earth do these form? And you know, I still can't answer that question. I still can't, and I'll be the first to say, I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and waffle and pretend that I do, because I don't. Because we know that a pearl is an organic gemstone, and we know that it's formed within a mollusk, and it is the pearl protecting the actual mollusk itself protecting itself from, if you like, an alien substance, which in this case, I don't know if it starts off as a bead and they actually move the pearl or the oyster around in different directions to get the crosses, or whether they actually inject a mother of pearl cross, which is then progressively built up with the nacre surface. I don't know, and I have desperately tried to research this, but because of that cross shape, and because of just how sensitive that mollusks actually are, the actual creature itself, injecting a cross into a mollusk, I don't know, that would be very, very, very evasive, I would imagine. So I'm still absolutely baffled by these, and I'm not too proud to say that. And I think it's absolutely, I like that though, because I find it fascinating and I want to know. Do you know what I mean? Absolutely. You just want to walk off now and find out how that's happening, don't you? Because in your head you can't work it out. I can't work it out. Well, they would have to be. For this to happen, the crosses alone are big. I mean, look, 50 by 30mm. So imagine the actual oyster alone. It's going to be a big creature. It's going to be huge. Huge.
Well, a Tahitian pearl is, we're talking, can be up to a foot to cultivate a Tahitian pearl. They have to mature to that level. Well, I'm thinking that these would surely have to be around those sizes.
I would love to be there,
Otherwise, it would just take
over the shoulder
the
of somebody who's opening that mollusk and seeing that inside.
Can you imagine the sizes and the dimensions that oyster must be? Esther in London, my crosses arrived this morning and they are simply luscious. Bye. And also now, I bet you I've done this to you, Esther. I've got you scratching your head, haven't you? Because I can't get my head around it. I simply can't get my head around it. And I don't understand whether, for a mollusk being so sensitive, which I find a bit funny, you know, that these little oysters are like, oh no, they are very, very sensitive creatures, because you know, otherwise it kills the actual creature itself. So if you put a large cross in there, it's not going to survive that.
No.
I don't know.
I was watching David Attenborough's Great Barrier Reef last night because we'd recorded it. And it's just amazing what happens in the ocean, isn't it? And things like that.
Well, is it we only know 5% of the ocean?
Yeah, apparently so.
95% of the ocean is undiscovered. That's why I'm terrified of the sea. I'm absolutely petrified of the sea. We only know 5% of it, and what's in that 5% is pretty awesome, intimidating, isn't it?
Yeah.
But look at these. They're amazing, aren't they? Absolutely incredible. They really do just make me sort of scratch my head, and I like that. I like a bit of a puzzler from time to time, and Mother Nature is very good at doing exactly that. I mean, look how big, especially that one. Boy, oh boy. Look at how big those mollusks would have to be.
I mean, this is the type of organic that gets onto the high street in its imitation form.
Yes.
But that imitation form is so uniform and so ugly in a sense, for me, personally. But this, because it's natural and it's organic, is so beautiful because of its odd sizing, its little dimples, the way it's taken on the colour. It's just
Its oddities are the appeal. I totally agree with you, Linda. I totally agree. Lots of you choosing to multi-buy. These are a lovely burgundy colour, and like I say, go right the way up to 50 by 30 millimetres. I don't know. We're going to have to do a bit of research, and I can get back to you most definitely. I'll certainly ask around, and I've got a training session with Steve next week. Maybe it's something that we put to Steve. Just amazing, though, aren't they? Susan in Hampshire, Scarlet Kisses.
They are. That's exactly.
Scarlet kisses.
Yeah, they said they were kisses. I mean, if you're a card maker, you know, one of those as a little decorative charm on that you can then say, I'll make it into a piece of jewellery for you on a birthday card or something. But again, that goes from just using one and having a significant look to using them all and having a dramatic look. That's what I like about things like this. And I would love it if Steve Bennett doesn't know how they're formed.
Me too.
I really would love that.
Me too.
It's a mystery.
We were actually mentioning before we came live, Linda and I were chatting, we were saying, I like the fact that we don't know the answer. I like the fact that we are ignorant to how these have actually grown. I like that because that's, again, time. I don't mind admitting, I'm baffled. I'm totally baffled by it. And I hope, I totally agree. I hope Steve is none the wiser with it, but we'll ask. We'll certainly ask. Let's bring that price tag in for you. Get 12 in total. What? And that's not our price.
Oh, my word.
Again, think of the size of the diameter of the mollusk itself. And that will have to mature to get to that stage. Mollusks aren't just formed in sort of huge sizes. They mature. That's 58 pence per pearl cross.
It's just, it doesn't conform in my mind that you can get something for 58p that's that beautiful. And you don't necessarily have to, it's a decorative piece. You could just, you know, like sort of that scoop black top that you could just stitch 3 on the side if you wanted to. Because it's that dramatic. You don't literally have to make it specifically as jewellery. It can be
embellishments.
Yes, exactly.
Again, I mean, going back to your
certainly
Fascinators.
on the next kit, you know, a couple or just one of those stitched on to a Fascinator. It's just a point of interest. It's a conversation piece. That's what that strand is.
And again, I love the fact that they are a little bit peculiar, a little bit odd.
I love
Hey, listen, there's nothing wrong with being a bit quirky.
When I was in China some years ago with Sheila buying gemstones for kits and things, we went into one of the little pearl shops within the market, the gemstone market, and they had like these huge bulbous pearls. They were phenomenal prices, but Sheila and I homed in on them and thought, oh, I wish we could have them, because they are so beautiful. There's nothing that you can't say positive about them.
No, and again, 2016 we're really embracing those shapes and sizes.
That's exactly right.
The cultured pearls and the baroques and the
right.
keshis. So I think they're going to be massive. Massive this year. And again, maybe someone will be able to answer our question about how they've actually formed. Well done to every single one of you. Absolutely. Incredible. I tell you what a start to the show. What a start to the show. Do check out, though, how are we doing on quantity with those, Kimbo? Okay, still got quantity, but they are going quite quickly. Again, just spend one of those on maybe a 32-inch chain.
Absolutely. Yeah,
with
absolutely.
maybe some of the, if you've got some rhodolite garnet, or spinel would be amazing, like we said. I love that combination. We've got so much more to bring you. It's designer inspiration up next. It's a very, very busy show. The first designer inspiration, the first kit, hugely popular. If you missed out, I'm awfully sorry. Do check the web. There might still be a few available, but not to worry, because we've got more amazing, amazing creations with Linda after this.
There are 2 easy ways you can purchase from Jewellery Maker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview and FreeSat, and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click to register. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking on the Watch Live Show button on the homepage. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, simply click on the Add to Basket button and you can continue shopping or check out right away. Don't forget, you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
Did you know that the Jewellery Maker phone number is free from a UK landline? Now you can spend those extra pennies on more shopping.
Garnets are a very large family of gemstones. This gemstone family can be split into 2 types. Your first type being your pyrospites, which include your almandine and your pyrope garnets. These are often your red and your brown hues. And again, this family actually contains aluminium within its chemical structure. The second group is your grandites, and these contain the more coloured varieties of garnets, and these are your calcium mineral in the chemical composition. Garnets themselves are actually a very, very well-known gemstone, instantly recognisable for their brown-red hues, and often used throughout history in jewellery pieces as well. They're very hard wearing, which makes them great for use in jewellery. And again, they are a January's birthstone as well. And birthstones are always a favourite amongst jewellery makers.
Did you know when you book on a Jewellery Maker workshop, you are given exclusive access to our Jewellery Maker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre.
We here at Jewellery Maker love to hear your feedback. So working in conjunction with FIFO, a global ratings and reviews provider, when you purchase a product from JM, you will receive an email asking you to rate our service and our products. This helps us to bring you excellent customer service and ensure we're bringing you value for money and high quality goods. Have your say with Jewellery Maker FIFO reviews.
Good morning, everybody. Lovely to have your company. My name's Elena and you're watching Jewellery Maker. We're all a little bit giddy with excitement here this morning. Lots and lots and lots and lots going in. Yes, I'm joined by the lovely Linda, who's got more inspiration to show you this hour. Absolutely fabulous pieces. There she is, everyone. There she is, the one and only. We were just saying, we were having a little bit of a giggle there, weren't we? Because our poor Wes is not very well. I won't let the camera zoom in. You've had your wisdom teeth out, Wes. He's not very happy. You poor little sausage. We'll spoil you today. We'll spoil you today. Now, it is time for your star buy. I've never seen anything like it previously before. It is, just to make sure I'm picking up, it's all of this. It's a project kit. So imagine our kits that we do regularly here at Jewellery Maker, but then making it very, very, very specific. Never seen these before. Now, it's not just earrings. You can make necklaces, you can make bracelets with them. I don't know where to start, to be honest. I'm going to start with the length of chain. So you have got, let me just give it a quick measure. You have got here 53 centimetres, which is, wow, actually 21 inches approximately, guaranteed 50, so this is a little bit longer. Solid sterling silver here, and you have got the connectors on the end also. Then you've got your featherweight head pins, which are just at the front. I don't know if you can see that. Featherweight head pins in your solid sterling silver, which you absolutely need. Then we have, and I'll get my tweezers to show you, shepherd hooks. So you get 2 pairs of these. 2 pairs of your shepherd hooks, like so. 2 of those, well, 2 pairs, so 4 in total. Then you've got your connectors stroke chandelier earrings, so you're getting 4 of these. Then you've got all of your jump rings. And how many jump rings we've got? 10 jump rings, and you also have, and I'm still not done on the gemstones, by the way. I've got 2 lots to show you in the gemstones, all solid sterling silver, by the way. There are only 25 of these remaining already. Lots of you straight away getting involved. Look at the quality of spinel. You're going to love this, Linda. There are 2 of these. Oh my goodness, they're incredible, and faceted on both sides. Faceted, checkerboard faceted on both sides, 10 carats on each one, with a beautiful bezel set. Aren't they amazing? So you're getting 2 of those, and if I can just bring you down to the front of these beautiful display steps, 15 carats of those wonderful drops. There's 10 of them in total, briolette cut. They are, let me see, drilled through through the top. I can actually see when the drill holes, so you can easily suspend those with the featherweights that you've got there. Look at the quality of luster. You know, we're really under magnification here, and you can see just how absolutely exemplary, mathematically precise those facets are, and the high definition of the polishing, so giving you that wonderful reflective surface. I've never seen this kit before. It is what we call a project kit. Already half the stock has gone. It's all solid sterling silver. All solid sterling silver, $21.95. It's got approximately 40 pieces here. I mean, I'd pay that. Would you agree, Linda, for one of these? Yeah,
that necessarily doesn't have to be an earring finding neither. You can have that as a pendant with a waterfall drop. Yeah. Using the chain and using the briolette cut spinels at the base of that chain, 3 of them.
Well, they're 22 by 11 millimetres.
It's just beautiful.
So that's a big size.
That at all before. If I had,
you'd have been all over it, wouldn't you?
Without doubt.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Linda. I would have as well. They're stunning. I mean, how easy would it be to take, I mean, for some very high-end earrings, for example, just take 2 of the shepherd hooks, and you've still got some more there. Suspending 1 of those, and then having 3 of the briolettes.
Absolutely.
Stunning.
Yeah,
it's going to go. It's going to sell out. I'm not surprised.
Brilliant for wedding guests.
Yeah.
Right? It's giving you that nice black backdrop that you can wear anything else with.
Love it. I only wish I had more. I only wish I had more of those because I'd have been joining it. I didn't even contemplate adding that to my basket just because I knew it would be a sellout. Now it's time for Linda's kit. We're going to bring you the gemstones first, and then we're going to bring you the sort of fabrics, the sort of bases of your wonderful fascinators. Now, and this is very much, we're very passionate about this. Linda, I mean, you've been saying this is all I want to do. It's all I want to do right now. It's very, very contagious. Bring you the gemstones. Bring the gemstones first. Gorgeous array of colours here.
I think it's so pretty. There is again going back to that sort of purples again, which is going to be so big.
Now, you were able to design these kits, weren't you? And this is very Linda. I can. You've got a real eye for, and I'm not just saying this to blow your trumpet, Linda. You have got a real eye for combinations and colours and things like that, because this is all about colour, which we are really, really embracing. You have got here. Let's just go through everything. You've got amethyst faceted rounds. They are 2mm. Can you see that? 2mm there in the centre. Then you've also got your fuchsia agate. Fuchsia agate plain rounds. Ah, there we go. They're also 2mm, just next to the amethyst. Then you've got your, excuse me, rainbow coated agate, which is great that it's agate, so it's slightly lighter, so it'll go great with your fascinators. These are 4mm rounds. Then you've got your purple coloured dyed quartz just next to it, faceted rounds at 4mm. You've got your clear quartz to add your sparkle, and also your freshwater cultured baroque pearls there in your lovely silver. It's an amazing palette of gemstones.
I love it. I like the rainbow colours because if you look at the pearls, you'll see all of those colours coming off the sheen of that silver pearl.
Yeah, you can. You really can't you? Reflecting one another across within the rainbow. Yeah, totally agree. And similarly with your pearls too. Similarly with your pearls. This is great. Would you say this is more mother of the bride?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, perhaps. I think lots of mums go for this sort of fuchsia pink.
Yes.
Particularly sort of perhaps if they're wearing a suit or something floaty, you quite often find. I'm not really sure. I just think it's a happy colour. It is.
You saying that, my auntie actually wore this very hot pink to my cousin's wedding, and my auntie is very slim, but it's fuchsia and black, and she just looks stunning in it, and she's got dark hair. She looks absolutely amazing. I've got to bring the pricing because we've got lots to bring in. I don't want to eat into Linda's demonstration. Should be £31.70. You've got here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 individual gemstone strands. Never mind £31.70. Deliberately, we've separated the actual kit, the designer inspiration, into 2 separate components, so you can buy them both if you wish, or individually choose the gemstones. £16.95. That's a lot of gemstones for. There's a lot of gemstones for less than £20. How many do you use in approximately in one of your fascinators?
Well, I've done the 2 fascinators, and I've still got loads left from the first kit. I have two kits for sort of prep and things, and I haven't even started on the second one, and I've still got loads left. But it's entirely up to you again, because it's such a creative and it's such a unique thing that sort of these fascinators are, that basically you can put as many or as few as you want.
As you wish.
Yeah.
Without that, they're amazing, aren't they? I absolutely adore this, Linda, and I can't wait to get started at this myself. I mean, just look how you can create something which looks so incredibly high-end. And for a minimal cost as well.
Very
it's certainly one of the biggest mediums that we're going to be launching of 2016, and Linda is going to be the face of it, which I'm very excited about, Linda. And again, let me know when that course is booked, because I'm going to be sat on it. Okay, moving on to the components. So to make this, I always forget the word. What do we call the?
It's sort of the textile.
The textile, but what do we call this?
That's made from, I think they're sort of trade names actually, cambric, but the cinnamon burlap. Yeah, cambric I think this particular one is. But it's just a trade name of probably what is the basic Hessian stroke burlap.
Okay, and it is, you know, kind of hardened, isn't it? So
yes, how they make them is they form them over forms. You iron the fabric, and then while it's warm, you form them over a form to create whatever shape that you want.
And designed obviously to be worn on the head, so obviously so they do lay lovely. With this shape as well, because I've got quite a few hats. Like I said, my friend is actually a milliner, and you can wear them anywhere, because I've got one which is one of the biggest ones actually, which is just on one of our like a similar headband, and you can attach these to headbands or combs, and you wear it really close to the front, and then whatever comes down.
I think that's what's nice about that particular shape, that sort of eye shape, that teardrop shape, is it fits really nice at the front of the head.
Yes, it does, and it really does feel comfortable. So you get 3 of these. It's a lovely hot pink colour. So they are the base, I suppose, to any of your Fascinator stroke hats, because these can easily be turned into hats as well, can't they? Really.
Absolutely.
Then let's bring your fabric into this. So you've got loads of fabric here, all different colours, kind of a dusky rose.
It's like a Dupion silk look, where it's got lots of colours within it. I can see gold coming off.
Yeah, lots of gold coming through. And again, with the red, you've got lots of lovely flashes of gold. Then we've got that amethyst purple. Then you've got a lovely sort of coppery mustard. It is beautiful fabric, isn't it? And then more of a sort of prairie-like green there. And in total, these measure, let me see, how much have we got here? 80 by 30 centimetres, so it's a big long length of each of the fabrics. Shall I open one out for you? You pick a colour.
It's just the pink on the top,
I think.
I think, yeah.
Let's take the pink, open it out for you so you can just see how much you get. It does go a long way.
Yeah, it does. And you can see the gold thread weaving through it.
Yeah. Isn't that lovely?
Yeah, it does go a long way. It really, really, really does go a long way.
Fabulous, well done. These, so not just, you only need one of these, don't you?
Yeah.
And probably you'll get leftovers.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
For a flower.
And the leftovers you can use. You can just singe the leftovers in any old shape and just stitch them in.
Then look at all this gorgeous lace.
Yeah, that's a slightly different pattern, but again, something that you can mould into flower buds and things.
You have got here, how many metres? Let me see. I'm trying to...
I think is it 7 again?
7 is it 7 metres? No, wait. No, it's 20 metres according to my graphics.
Wow.
Is that 20 metres? Is it duplicated on my graphics here? 10 metres, I beg your pardon. So you get 10 metres of this rosebud. Again, great for your edging and everything like that. You can trim.
You can split it, cut it, trim it, weave it, stitch it. There's so much that you can do. I love that feather.
Wait till you see this. It's like a little gorgeous, it's almost like a burlesque fan, isn't it?
Yes.
In feathers. So lovely. And again, you can adorn this with gemstones or with lace or whatever you actually wish. It's stunning, isn't it? Those hot pinks go perfectly with the actual Fascinator itself. Then we've also got some beautiful thread. This is a spiral pattern, so it's your zari thread, but it's a spiral weave, and you get 100 metres there. And of course, your beautiful combs, which we will be demonstrating. Linda was saying that you were going to demonstrate how to attach these combs to the actual Fascinator itself. So all of this, I mean, you've got meters and meters and meters of fabric, you've got meters of lace, the beautiful feather embellishment, the hair combs, the zari thread, and 3 of your bases for which this is what you need to start creating Fascinators.
Yeah, this is basically what I would say starting at the beginning.
Yes.
Right at the very, very beginning, and then, as I keep on saying, sort of sky's very definitely your limit.
I'm wondering if you really wanted to go to town, you know what I'm thinking, don't you?
You can stitch them, yes, and you can stitch them and then decorate, but yeah, absolutely.
If you really wanted to create some really big...
Yeah. It's amazing how much you can get onto the one because you're growing upwards.
Yeah.
So that's when you make the bulk as you come upwards from the Fascinator. But definitely, I mean, you've seen them, haven't you, in the shops? Those sort of tulip.
The one that I've got, which is on a headband, and it's literally that size, and it comes the actual. She's made a feature of this, Alison.
Yeah.
And it comes down my face ever so slightly, and it's got the biggest peacock feathers pointing upwards and vertically.
Yeah. Well, I mean, on workshops we're going to grow to that. We're going to go through from the very basic, all the way through to growing it into.
Oh, I'm so excited! Feathers. A bit like a bouquet of flowers, if you like.
Yeah.
Let's bring that price tag in for you. Should be £30, 70 pence. I mean, that's, if you think about it, I mean, that's 3 different fascinators at least for just over £10 if we stayed here. Right, hang on. Divide this by 3. 16.95 divided by 3. How much? What was that? I can't do the maths of that. I'm useless at maths. £5.65 each. Okay, I'm going to say, yeah, that's not unusual. Kimbo was saying my mum paid over £200. I had mates rates for a couple of my hats, and I've paid £200, £300 in the past.
Yeah.
I still wear it, and it's obviously looked after, but it's you can pay really expensive prices for hats.
And to be honest, it isn't what I would. And I don't want to be offensive to any milliner out there or whatever, because I am incredibly starting at the basics. I'm teaching myself, and it isn't difficult to make these.
No,
it really isn't. The first 2 or 3, but while you've got 2 bits of lace on, 2 bits of components, your confidence grows, and it's just a matter of your creativity then showing in the finished product.
Well, if you look at Ascot, and I got stopped at Ascot once by the BBC when I was this is many years ago, by the BBC because of that hat. And actually Fascinator, it was a Fascinator, not a hat. Yeah. And this is where's your hat from, and they do that, don't they, at Ascot? And it wasn't particularly difficult. I actually watched her make it, and it's simply a glue gun that she used, attached to sort of a headband, and just lots of beautiful feathers, basically. Yeah, and it kind of went upwards, and it kind of went that way, and it kind of went a little bit like that.
It really doesn't matter on the form of it, because basically it just tends to take on a personality.
Absolutely.
Any hat wear is a personality thing.
It is, and I do think it's something, it's like your jewellery, isn't it?
Yeah.
I like to make a statement with hats and things like that. Maybe take the simplest dress and then make a big, beautiful statement hat. Oh, and fascinators even more so, because there is another benefit of wearing fascinators. If anyone suffers with hat hair.
Oh yes. Oh gosh, I remember my son's wedding. I had one of those standard lamp hats. Yeah. And when I took it off, my hair was that shape.
You kind of look like this, don't you?
Yeah.
You do. You're like, oh no. I'll drink more Prosecco just so I don't worry about my hat hair. Yeah. You do, don't you? It's awful. I know, that's what puts me off actually wearing hats normally. I tend to go for ones like this. Where
I think fascinators actually have been around for a long time now, haven't they? But it's just as again, the styles of them, but they're for simply every occasion.
Well, they go right back to the Victorian era, don't they? Really, when they used to sort of just wear it with the brollies and everything, just as an adornment.
And you can keep them really understated, and then you can go really overblown. So it's just whatever you want, you can
Fabulous.
have.
Very vintage. Lovely vintage design. Well done to every single one of you getting involved. Incredible that I can create one of these for less than £6.
Absolutely. Easily.
I can't wait, Linda. I'm so excited. Look, who had to have their photo taken wearing them this morning? So knelt on the floor, I love these. I absolutely love these, and I can't wait to get involved.
As I say, I can't emphasise enough how basic these are, really, as far as making and really components as well. It's just an exciting product, really.
What you're not seeing on that one there, can I just turn that round? Because I love that.
Yeah, again, just little, whatever takes your fancy, whatever pops into your head, try on a fascinator, because they're meant to be fascinating.
That's so beautiful.
I mean, when something like this it takes on a complete new look when it's worn, as does jewellery anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks totally different, doesn't it? Incredible. So, how do you begin?
Right. Now, when the attachment for the hair, we're using a hair comb. As Elle covered earlier, you can use the elastic, as well as, I would say, not instead of. I put the hair comb in or the hairband, and then if you want a little bit of extra, safety as far as you're concerned, you can always put in a little elastic and wear it around the back of the head as well as. You can wear it here if you want, but
over the course of a day, you do notice it, don't you? It's kind of like.
Yeah,
I don't like the last. I prefer a hair comb.
Yes, so do I every time. But again, it's personal choice.
Yeah.
So attaching the hair comb is, you can attach it at any point, to be honest. I went probably 3/4 of the way through a design and then I put the hair comb in. But I'll just show you how the hair comb is attached. But again, very simple. Even if you're, I suppose really if you are specifically going to wear this hair piece a certain way on your head, perhaps you might just think about where you want to position the hair comb.
Yeah, there is a front and a back sometimes.
Yeah, but sort of the 80-20 rule is 80% of the time asymmetrically at the back, and I'll show you what I mean by that, is simply, and look how well this hair comb fits this base. Again, as I say, you could move it to the side, but this hair comb is obviously designed for purpose, and it's just come at the right place on either end where you can fix through the band, the thicker band itself. Again, working from the back, so the back is uppermost at the moment. Take the needle straight in, through the band. Again, take it slowly. I've knotted the needle, the thread. Again, take it slowly because those magic knots are a real nuisance and you just can't get rid of them somehow, so you have to start and rethread again. So I've come back in again from the back. Obviously, don't, if you can help it, be tempted to over sew. Like, in other words, if I'm coming in and then I'm coming round, because you then get an edge of stitches on the edge. Just as you would do with soutache, etc., is basically go back through the route that the thread is coming from. So in and out rather than round and round. So again, in and out, keeping as close as you can to the comb. Now you don't have to do the whole comb because it needs a little, well, I'll cover that in a minute. I tend to just sew it over the first 3. So in other words, we've got the first 3.
So you wouldn't do in the centre here?
No, I'll explain why. And that's again is a personal thing. So we're exiting out of the top. So I'm coming back through and then coming back. So obviously do that, oversew that a few times. You can either oversew it like 10 times on the first, 10 times on the second, 10 times on the back, or you can go backwards and forwards. And do that at the other end as well. Now that will keep that quite firm. Now if you did, I mean, a milliner might come back to me and say, I mean, I am a real novice at this, so please, any advice out there I'd be really grateful for. But I would imagine that if you sewed through the centre of the comb, you would get that comb a little bit more static. And you do need a slight amount of movement to get it into the hair.
I'm just thinking as well, because mine is not stitched, it's glued.
Yeah.
And that glue has come off in the past. So stitching is a little bit more secure.
Yeah, there's a time and place for everything in mechanics. And I am a big believer in glue guns, tacky glues, whatever. I really, really am. But something like this, I wouldn't tend to, because the oils from your hair, dry sort of atmosphere and that does tend to dry glue out, and it literally does snap.
And again, it's not flexible, is it?
No, it's not flexible, and it won't. But stitches will have a certain amount of movement in them. So I would stitch if you're able, and if I actually find it really therapeutic. Anyway,
whilst you're all on the phone lines to this as well, very popular, it's almost gone. Have a little look at this morning's kit, because there might still be a few of those available. I get it was a bit earlier in the morning, some of you might have been doing the school run. So have a little look at this morning's kit, there might still be some of those available. Now, whilst you're just tacking either sides there, Linda, I'm about to bring you a wonderful combination of pearls. Can I just for 1 second shimmy that over there? Just because these are gorgeous, gorgeous colours. And I think would look amazing. The contrast, hot pink with some baby blue.
Wow.
Oh. even if you're not thinking about getting involved on your fascinators, this would be perfect for your mother of the bride, for your bridesmaids, again for the little flower girls, they'd be incredible, just little bracelets, just beautiful. Or maybe even your guests. Have you got sort of a small wedding where you've got a handful of people coming and it's more intimate than a big event? Not saying big events can't be intimate, because obviously they can, but then maybe you could afford to actually invest in genuine gemstones for each one of those guests. How amazing would that be? As
fantastic.
A favour?
Yeah, absolutely. A little box with perhaps enough for a bracelet or something like that. Fantastic.
Lovely. You wouldn't even have to do a 360-degree full pearl bracelet, would you?
Weddings, people talk about weddings. Oh, I've been to a wedding, this, that, the other. People do talk about weddings, and they will talk about things like that.
Absolutely. And you know, something that's really beautiful like this, they're going to remember, and they'll go on to wear it as well. And every time, if you think about this, every time they wear, I don't know, that pair of earrings or that bracelet, they're going to think of your that special day. Just lovely, isn't it? I think, and it doesn't have to be weddings. It can be birthdays. It can be Christmas. Dare I say? I know we've just come out of Christmas, but a lovely gesture like that. And also, I made, like I said, I made wedding favours for one of my friends, all of hers, and she had 120, so I made her wedding favours. But I really enjoyed doing it, even down to the boxes. And it was just something little, because you can spend fortunes on chocolates and something like that, and they don't get taken away, whereas something like this would most definitely be looked after by your guests. They're your winter frost, all freshwater culture pearls, a trio of all different shapes and sizes, your lovely baroque shapes. Are you ready for this? Kim, are you going to put a price on here which is really going to hurt me, because I really want to get this? I don't think I'm going to get that either. $9.95. There's 73 of these available. Imagine this with the hot pink, though. That'd be amazing, wouldn't it?
But you know, just that would work so well as a little pearl necklace, wouldn't it? And let's face it, weddings, actually, if you look at lady guests at weddings, you'll find a lot of them are wearing pearls.
Pearls, yeah, I agree.
They just seem to shout wedding, don't
they? They do, don't they? It's because they're so graceful and elegant, and I think, I don't know, if you go to a wedding, people do tend to it tends to be more dresses. I'm not saying always. I've worn a trouser suit to a wedding previously before, but it does tend to be more.
You can still wear pearls with a trouser suit.
Yeah,
absolutely. With absolutely
we go a little bit more feminine, don't we, at a wedding?
Definitely.
I'm a bit concerned actually about sort of Hannah's wedding. What on earth I'm going to wear? A tent, yes, exactly. But I tell you what, I'll have my pearls. I'll be wearing my pearls and my fascinator. It doesn't matter. That'll be the focal point, because I'm going to learn from the best. We had just under 100 of these, and already down to, as you can see, in the 20s of the quantity. Loads of you getting involved, and why wouldn't you? I'd pay that for one of these.
Do you know, even those, the pearls here, this pearl here, I can see stitched on the back of a bride's dress. You know, the what we call the faux buttons, because you have the little hooks underneath it, and then you stitch the faux.
They'd be lovely.
And those would be superb.
Really lovely. Or even just on the end of one of those little grips, you know?
Yeah.
Just poked into a hairband or something like that.
Absolutely.
They're that perfect size, aren't they?
Perfect.
For a bride as well. And then there's something blue.
Absolutely.
Something blue. Just before we go back to Linda, we've got... Now, is this... a battery-operated bead reamer. So if you just got that bundle, and brilliant. For example, not every single thread goes through a bead reamer. Goes through, sorry, a pearl.
Yeah, exactly.
So you need a bead reamer. Now, rather than actually manually scrape it, which is fine, but
this is there's a basic pearl reamer, obviously, and it works. But this takes the effort out of it. And it also takes the time element out of it.
And also, I'd imagine, if you think about it, a bead reamer, this is a genuine gemstone, and you're going to be scraping the inside of it.
It can take a while.
Yeah, it can take a while. You can break them if you put too much pressure. Yeah. This eliminates risk, really, doesn't it?
I mean, mostly pearls have just got the pearl dust and things that are slightly solidified inside, so they need a little less welly, if you can translate that word. And this, to me, this little tool here is a tool that I bought when it first aired. and it is just so useful to have there. And you put your thread through a pearl or another gemstone, a tiny gemstone, and it won't go through, and you think, oh, I've got to ream this now, or use another one. And that takes seconds. It does
take seconds. It's really handy to do that, whether you make your tiaras, whether you make just, well anything. It's not just pearls. You can use this with all gemstones as well, can't you? Yeah. Because sometimes just a little bit of dust, like Linda just said, collects within the centre of the actual drill hole. That's, you know, perfectly normal, and it's this. But the battery operate does make all the difference. It really does, in terms of time, in terms of actually the pressures that you imply to the gemstone. So it's very straightforward. Battery operated, you literally attach, if you can see here, there's two different sizes and gauges of your reamers themselves. You get two of those. They're inserted into the very top. And you're away, really. Yeah, it's a tool, as are the majority of tools, but it's a tool that's specifically made for purpose. So consequently, the research has gone into it for the right hold on the hand, etc., etc., and obviously the reaming part of it, the speeds and everything. So it's a tool for purpose, and it works. Yeah. Really does. Loads of you there. I can see you all on the tablet on my desk. Well done. Grab it whilst you can. It's probably, I think it's the first time I've ever brought this to wear, in actual fact. It's not a product that we see every single day. Now, we do outsource it from Bead because of the quality of the product. Sandra in the channel aisle says, I have one of these and it makes life so easy. It does. Well, that's just literally reiterating what you've just said there, Linda. Yeah. Without shadow of a doubt, it does. And that's just one of many reviews on this. If you've got a bead reamer, fabulous, because you know, there's always uses for those, but this is, I suppose, well, I think it's invested in what keeps. Yeah. I like things simple. Yeah, but the thing is as well, there are basic tools, and every basic tool is brilliant. Our basic toolkit is brilliant. Use it every day, but then you invest in different versions of those same tools, really, more made for purpose, and this is one that just speeds the job up for you, and sometimes, you know, time is money. Yeah, absolutely. And it's, you know, it's what the kind of you see the professionals actually using is actually a battery operated rather than actually scraping them manually. You do tend to see these within the jewellery houses themselves. Let's bring that price tag in for you, because already loads of you are there. I can see double rows. Wow, £9.95. I mean, it's a piece of kit that once you've got it, if you look after it, don't lose it, then you're going to have it indefinitely. Absolutely. Aren't you? Yeah. As I say, I can't emphasise too much on having the right, no matter what medium or hobby or craft that you're into, is if you've got the right tool for the job, the end product is always a better product. Yeah, absolutely. We had a big quantity. We're down to double figures already, tons of you there, and I can see literally double rows. You're kind of falling off the bottom of my screen. Please check them out on the web. We're falling under 50, and we started off with, what was it in total? Yeah, triple figures and then some. So well over half the stock being allocated. I don't know when we're going to be able to get these again, because it is outsourced. This is not a Jewellery Maker product. We purchase it from Bead, which is renowned within the jewellery industry as producing very high-end fine products. We source it from them because of the quality, basically, and then obviously negotiate an amazing competitive price for you. Well done. Stay where you are on those phone lines. Make those confirmations, because it could be an entire sellout. In fact, it's looking that way. Okay, so we've attached the comb. So again, going back, if you saw the demonstration on the first kit, then if not, then you might be able to catch the repeat later. Is then basically, but you don't have to do it in any semblance of order, whatever, it's just the way that I did it. You can start putting the lace that's in this kit around the edge. Now, on the more decorative one on the end there, I put some asymmetric lace on the edge, and then I just bought literally, let me just get some lace just to show you what I did. I'm not going to actually do it, but I just put some on the edge here and stitch that on, and then I cut off the residue. So if I just cut off a little of the residue here, it'd be quite happy dangling there. It's just something that this type of creativity actually leads you itself. I mean, you know, it looks nice if some of the lace is literally dangling to the side, etc. It's just where you go with it, really.
But I put the edge there and not all the way around the fascinator. And then the residue, I thought, oh, I'll just pop on and see how that works. So I just popped that on the side. So it's a matter of building up from the base upwards. So if that's what you want to do, fine. If not, just whatever works. There's absolutely no rights or wrongs in making fascinators at all. Now, again, sort of going back to I'm just quickly going to cover these sort of flowers again. Again, cutting.
I love this.
Cutting the circles.
Love
right?
it.
Just cut the circles, oblongs, ovals, teardrop shapes. Cut them really randomly. Don't necessarily make them really neat. Some of you might have to because that's the way you are. And it doesn't matter whether they're different sizes. It doesn't matter if they've got little sort of in-cuts into them. It always works. We started off on the first kit with just a simple round, okay? And then we just took it to the edge of a flame, and let me see what the round was in the silver, and I got this.
Love it.
That sort of a shape. Right, now, the next thing that you can do is you can cut these shapes, again, rounds, whatever shape you want to, and basically what you can do is you can sort of then trim in like, from the very beginning, trim in like a petal shape, again, randomly. So any shapes, sizes, as long as you sort of cut in and have anything quite like that, and you don't have to go all the way around. Again, take that to the flame of a candle, or again, I emphasise, be careful. And you'll see that it'll coil. The closer you get to the flame, the more heat obviously hits it. So just keep taking it up and down on the flame, not touching the flame obviously, and then that'll create like a melted edge, which will curl it. See on the edge there, it just see that's quite hard, isn't it? And even the little sort of spikes that come off it are really attractive for fascinators. You can also do a flower from that shape that is. It's just a matter of evolving.
I love this, because this is more, I'm trying to think of the flower desperately, I'm not
like
very green
peony
fingered.
shape.
Oh, that was it.
Yeah, it's
I was like, God, they're really very highly scented, very pretty. They're only around for a few short section of the year, aren't they, peonies?
They are, they're a summer flower.
But yes, they were my favourite flowers, peonies.
But
they do look like that.
That one, again, obviously, it's just doing each one individually and then sandwiching it with a stitch in the centre. But this particular one is simply taking your original shape, your round, and all you have to do for that shape is cut into it. So if you just cut in, and again, I know we've got sharp corners.
Oh, you're not even cutting out, you're just cutting in.
I'm just cutting in about an inch, 2.5 centimetres in, literally cutting in. And then again, when you take that to the flame or the light bulb or the zapper, you'll find that they will coil differently, and it will take in these cut edges here and bend them into this sort of wibbly wobbly.
Is that what this
shape.
one is?
Yeah.
So this is the end result?
Yep, that's the end result of that one. And obviously you can make them more fully, the more levels you put in, the more fully blown, and obviously the larger flower. If you cut larger circles and shapes, you'll just get a much larger finished product. So it's entirely up to you how you do that.
Absolutely incredible. Now we're going to have to remove the graphics because near on everything we're showing you is actually selling out. Lots of you getting involved, and I love that. There's going to be milliners all over the UK.
Yep, so do I.
Love that, love that, love that. Hope we're all on the same course as well, because I'm booking myself onto Linda's course. Now let's bring you another opportunity, because you could very easily incorporate this into your fascinators. And we're saying fascinators, these can be used for corsages.
Yes,
they could be used for sort of lapels.
What's really popular now for Mum of the Bride.
The groom?
Yeah. But Mum of the Bride, I know I had one, is a bracelet corsage.
Yeah.
I had fresh flowers, but fabric flowers obviously will last.
I like the idea of doing, for the groomsmen, actually having these with...
You see, this is the thing, this is what's happening to Elle now, is that you just get more and more in your head.
You get carried away with it. Yeah. I'm just thinking, right, that's it. I'll be phoning Hannah and going, right, Cancel your flowers.
Bouquets.
Cancel your bouquets.
Yeah, I mean, sort of bouquets made like this from fabrics and that intertwined with, again, with your genuine
table decorations.
Everything, and it's so simple.
Napkin rings.
So easy.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Could really go to town. Now, so this can be incorporated, and again, I'll lean on you, Linda, for this, because it is, you can use it for soutache, you can use it for a lot of beading. It's what we call beading foundation. Now, you're getting 2 A4 sizes of the white, and then you're getting 2 of the smaller size, which is 4.25 inches by 5.5 inches, beading foundation in the black. So you're getting 2 of each of these. How do we use these in terms of the designs that we're talking about right now?
Obviously, any textiles will work in Fascinators. It's a choice. Now, the beading foundation is a stiffened foundation that basically Beadsmith have made for. I mean, can you imagine the? If you look on the picture on the back of that there, oh no, well you've got it there. The Malachite cabochons that we had earlier, a domed cabochon with a flat back. Without a hole running through it, then you glue to backing foundation. And then you can just stitch around it, picot stitching, do a peyote stitching, anything that you want. So you can go right down to 2 mil beads, and as you can see, rise up of the gemstone. And that is a very simple way if you're not into your wire wrapping that. The soutache, again, when I do soutache, I always start with my cabochons on the backing foundation, always.
It finishes off, doesn't it?
Well, it's really the only route to go with your cab, because you do need something to stitch into.
Yeah, absolutely.
But with Fascinators, you could make a beautiful soutache piece. I know that Helen does soutache, so does Nadia, and you can do a soutache piece and attach that to a Fascinator. You can actually cut these as well into shapes, and if you've got a circle out of beading foundation, pinch the centre of the circle, stitch it, and you've got like a calla lily or a stylised flower look, and you can stitch that onto the Fascinator, and it'll give like a stiffened felted look.
Yeah, again, I mean, it's going to be comfortable to wear because it is a fabric, so if you're thinking about wristline pieces, maybe for a prom, or like we were talking about lapels, maybe corsages, something like that. Collars,
yes,
yeah. Fantastic for that. So, but also used, because they are actually stiffened, there's nothing stopping you using these as your Fascinators as well as an alternative if you do run out of the sort of, what do you call it again? That
Hessian, the cambric,
The cambric. So you are getting two in different sizes though, is that right? 2 in different sizes, so you get 2 of the black, 2 of the white. A lot of fabric, which is going to create a lot of designs.
Well, I mean, essentially this is A4, isn't it, the white? So, you can imagine how many cabochon backing foundations you'll get off that sheet. It's hysterical. I've got to share this with you because I'm naughty. But in America, there's a make of this, which do you know what I'm talking about?
No, but you tell me later.
I won't, and it's called something, which is the name of the thing, and it's called something stiff stuff. And I'm thinking, say it as it is, you know? Say it as it is, because that's exactly what it is.
Are you being rude?
No, that is the product
you are, aren't you?
Okay, but that's the product I bought before
the stiff stuff.
It's called something, which is the maker's name. Stiff stuff. And I thought, wow, that's just brilliant.
Do you know what? I bet you remember it though, don't you? So it's genius marketing. Yeah. I forget what it was, and Tom was telling me last night actually, he said, have you seen that Tyler, that floor specialist, whatever they're actually called, who's obviously called Lionel, and it's called his business, Lionel Richie, Is It Me You're Looking For?
Brilliant.
And I was like, brilliant! Everyone's going to remember that, aren't you?
Love
we
it.
need our floors tiled.
Love it,
Let's get Lionel.
Let's get Lionel.
How many people does he have singing down the phone to him?
Yeah, that's absolutely brilliant.
You remember it, don't you? It's going to be a sellout as well. Well done to every single one of you. Again, it's all different beading. It's not just you could use this in various crafts as well, couldn't you?
Yeah. No end of different mediums you can use it with. But again, as I say, if you don't do wire wrapping, which I find quite difficult to do.
I find it hard as well.
Then popping in the cabochons, that's great.
Is there anything stopping you actually putting that? I'm thinking trinket boxes. So you've done your embellishments and then sort of securing it onto a trinket box.
Absolutely. Basically, think of it as a foundation. that you can stitch onto and glue onto. So anything that can be stitched or glued can be put onto anything.
Wow, 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 wow. Well done. It's going to sell out. Congratulations to you. Now, again, something not to be frightened of when, and we were talking about this, Linda, the fact that you could, just the world is your oyster, and just in the space of time that Linda and I have been talking throughout the course of the morning about these fascinators, you know, it's really got my creative juices going. I'm thinking, yeah, I can't wait to be doing this, you know, straight away. I'm going to be, this afternoon, if I can get hold of this kit, then I'm going to be doing it this afternoon. But you, like I say, it's big feathers, there's big fabrics that you can use. You can recycle clothing within this, and you can use various different shapes and sizes of your genuine gemstones just to take it to that next level. Like nuggets, because nuggets is a great way of texture, and you've got here fabrics, and if you just saw that, then you've got the actual felt itself, lovely way, shine and texture, so gemstones equally so. This is going to look incredible.
It's beautiful.
With the last kit that you've just seen, the colour combinations will work amazing, won't they?
Absolutely beautiful.
Two gemstones that I don't get to bring you every single day, well, variations of the same one. It is your black rutile quartz and your golden rutile quartz. So those rutilations are very dramatic. There's shards, forming asterisms within the gemstones in many cases, often referred to as sort of angel's hair or Cupid's arrows, which I absolutely love. Again, it's all about texture.
Totally about texture, the rutile is.
And going to town as well, because I'm just thinking with one of those pieces, and we have got a piece of jewellery I can actually show you there, which is all about the gemstones. It's a piece of jewellery rather than a fascinator, but you could, if you think about it, you've secured it with that actual, with the actual comb itself. Yeah. So there's nothing stopping you putting big weights on.
Not at all. No. I mean, as I say, going back to hair wear. Fascinators, you can use it with a hairband, you can use it with a comb, you can use it with elastic. There's various ways that you can anchor them. But certainly I would cover the whole of a fascinator base. I would stitch in, and it would be just something I'd sit in front of the TV and do. I would put these into a little bowl and randomly cover the whole of the base, the fascinator base, in these rutile chips, and then perhaps one just stitch in, because obviously they're chips, you've got little gaps, probably stitch in one overblown flower, really big, and then you've got that whole of that cap then covered in texturized gemstones.
That would be fabulous. Do you know, I was actually doing a little online shopping just because I need to now start thinking about getting something that isn't like that far wide at the back of my, at the back of me. Yeah, you don't see it, but yeah, I've got a gap on the skin like that. So I was online shopping not last night, night before, and I saw, like you said, one of those overblown blooms, flowers, corsages basically, which was probably about this size, and I thought, oh, that's fab. That's a bit fun. But yeah, you could do that with gemstones, which would be fantastic. Look at this piece that Anna's made. Again, this is going back to your jewellery. She's invested all the gemstones into this as well. Lovely textured neckline piece, which I loved.
I think that's quite catwalk, isn't it?
It is. Great use of the connectors as well.
Yeah. Well, they balance, don't they? The weight of the gemstone balances that connector.
Love it. It is your perfect imperfections, and that's another. Well, this is another example of where inclusions are actually adding value to the gemstones, because that's absolutely the most appropriately named bundle that I've ever seen, actually. It is, because this is perfect imperfections, the fact that the imperfections are actually the number one valuing factor. Sorry, I'll get my words out in a second. Let's bring that price tag in. 4 double strands, so effectively there's 8.
Wow. Oh my goodness, I'm scared. What?
You're going to have to get it really quick. Pretty much everything that we've brought you today is selling out.
I mean, that, if you just open up, you have your 4 strands and then just put it around your neckline. I mean, it's just superb, isn't it? If you want them twisted, thread them onto 0.4 wire, and then you can twist them and they'll stay twisted.
Everyone will be individual. I mean, look.
I mean, that's almost amber, isn't it?
Yeah. You've got gold, you've got reds, you've got monochromatics here with the black rutile. It is Mother Nature's impressionist art,
and again,
isn't it?
it's a bundle that works together. It's like what I call a kit bundle.
Yeah.
You can make jewellery straight away from that. You haven't got to sort of put it into a stash. It works beautifully together.
Absolutely. Well done. Very, very, very busy this morning. Congratulations to every single one of you. And again, if you think about it, if you do what Anne's done, what one of our beading buddies has said, asymmetric, oh, you'd like it to be, sorry, I beg your pardon, it should be, Anne is saying this is how it should actually be. I beg your pardon, Anne. That was me adjusting it.
But there's two looks there, they both work.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
They do, so yeah, you can wear it like so. And Anne's used all the gemstones within this piece for $5.95, and why wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
Why on earth wouldn't you? We've got a few text messages coming in, which is fantastic. I'm wondering if we've got any proposals as of yet? Not yet.
Oh, you're a bit shy.
Come on, don't be shy. I'd love to be able to read out a marriage proposal on air. Wouldn't that be amazing?
It would be absolutely amazing.
It would be amazing. Oh, we've had a renewal of vows.
Yeah.
So, Deanna, let me know what Stephen said. Stephen, please will you renew your vows with the lovely Deanna, and make sure you send us pictures. Anonymous message we've got. I am so pleased this is going to be a new item on show. I've been making fascinators for a while. Me too. I think it's going to be really exciting, and I actually think it's going to be one of the biggest mediums of 2016.
As I say, it's relatively new to me. I've only been doing it for about 8 or 9 months now. So, you know, I just really would embrace any advice, anything that you think, will be helpful. So don't be shy, But I'm learning all the time.
Well, it's great that, because it's also the fact that whether you're particularly talented in jewellery making, fabulous, or not like myself, yet you can still achieve these things, can't you? It's all about how creative you are. Lorraine in Aberdeen, she says, hi all, can Linda tell me what trend is best for the demonstrations?
Thread.
Tread.
Thread.
Sorry.
What thread is
Thread. Thread. Oh my goodness.
Wrong teeth.
No, I think it's just...
Yeah, it is, yes.
Yeah. Thread. Sorry, Lorraine. Sorry, what thread?
Right, you can, I'm not sure if we have any in stock at the moment, but we have the original Essilon thread, which is the very fine gauge. We have in black and white, we did have. The Essilon thread, which is like a silky coated thread. I would use that because it's got like what I call slippability. I like the slippiness of it. Having said that, I've forgotten the actual name, but the silk, is it silkized or something? And that is like a bit of a descriptive trade name, cotton. But don't use anything that is probably a bigger gauge than what you perceive as the original reel of cotton gauge.
Yeah, I suppose.
Because again, it's a mechanic. If you can, the more you're building up your fascinator and then you're starting to think, hang on a minute, that stitch might be seen, try and colour match. I mean, cottons aren't that expensive, so if you do get into it quite seriously, try and perhaps colour match with probably the base that you're using, because that'll work with anything else that you're using. But as I say, don't be frightened of things like glue as well, to get into those little places perhaps where your thread might not.
And that again is attention to detail. And on events like weddings, where we do tend to splash out somewhat, don't we? On a new outfit or something like that. Then why not treat yourself to, what is it? I don't know.
Yeah.
A couple of quid for a reel of cotton.
Yeah, exactly.
It's going to make the difference, isn't it?
Exactly. And with the needles, as I say, I'm using a size 12. If anybody's thinking about the needles, I'm using a size 12. Or if you want to get the proper, what we call bead threading needles, which are a fine gauge needle, because you have to remember that if you're stitching your gemstones or beads onto your fascinator, then that needle has got to be able to be threaded with whatever threading medium that you're using, and also it's got to pass through the gemstone or the bead as well. So test that first, because there's nothing more. Occasionally you might find that particularly with gemstone, that it doesn't quite pass through. Just pick another one up, because some are slightly different to others, but 80% of the time I've got my size 12 through every single, the tinies and the larger pearl.
Absolutely adore it. Can I just bring this one back to show you for 1 second, just because I think this is amazing.
That one there, basically, if I'm ever so quick, all I've done there with this sort of frilly thing here is I've taken this beautiful sari thread, which is textured, and I think I've used 4 fingers on this, and I just literally wound around 4 fingers. Obviously, you can use less than that or more than that, or you can use a big piece of card. I've just literally wound and wound and wound and wound, and obviously the more thread that you get on, the thicker the bulk it's going to be. And then ever so quickly, you just cut off, and then you take them off your fingers, you pull it together. Then what I used, just gathered it together like that, simply like a skein of wool, and then around there I've used monofilament and tie that together very tightly, and then you go in where it's all, obviously it's joined on the skein at either end, and snip. And then
like
you'll find, yeah, it is exactly like that, exactly like a pom-pom. And then you will find, particularly with this beautiful textured sari thread, is that inside of it is like a silvery colour, and you get that pepper effect.
Yeah, love it. The reason I wanted to show you this again, just because I love that texture and we hadn't spoken about it, but also these are going to look amazing with it.
Of course, yes.
No, don't. Why are you apologising? I wanted you to cover that. But could you, even though these are a bigger size, could you still?
Doesn't matter. Personal preference, they would look amazing.
Incorporated within.
Yeah, they would look amazing there. Just, you know, big and bold around the edge. Literally popped into the centres of flowers, into the little gaps everywhere. This is the beauty of this type of medium, is you can use anything and everything and pop it in anywhere and everywhere.
Yeah, they work with the colours within the kit, they work with the amazing pink, they work with the silvers, they're really bringing out sort of colours of the surrounding as well. And again, it looks fantastic with that like sort of pom-pom-like designs. And have you sort of sealed those edges,
no,
or not just left them like so?
No, you can do if you want to, but the nature of this thread is that the ends on the cutting will fray back or pull back slightly. But I love that because I've got silver in there as well, and I've got the silver pearl, and I love that. It just gives like a confetti look.
Yeah, it does. I totally like it, like a sort of firework display of purples. Absolutely love it. Wanted to show you as well the Mystic Purple Quartz. For those of you that weren't with us earlier on in the morning, we're going to have to bring that price in because it's already hugely popular. You've got a very organic shapes and nugget and sort of curves within this strand. $5.95. Never be frightened of your coated gemstones. Never ever do, especially with us here at Jewellery Maker, because we are absolute sticklers for quality and the treatment. You can see just how kaleidoscopic that every single one of those are individually, and I love the fact that they are quite, what was the word we were using? Globular.
Yeah, globular. And what I like about this is, let's say this is the Fascinator that you may be wearing, let's say, but for me, that's the necklace to wear with it.
Yeah, I agree.
Because
I was thinking the same.
It works. It's got you know, texture and everything, but it's just enough, and it works. Something as sort of fully blown and as fancy as a Fascinator, something like that around the neckline is absolutely perfect.
I totally concur with that. I agree, because it's that perfect tone of purple, but then also you've got the pinks in there because of the Mystic. Well done to every single one of you. It's been so busy, and so much love for your Fascinator.
Oh, thank you very much.
I for one am very excited, and I know you are as well. And I will be sat, probably taking up 2 chairs on your
this time in probably, let's say, 2 or 3 months, this Fascinator will be huge.
Yes, the bigger the better, because I like wearing big Fascinators. So yes, fantastic. I'm definitely there. Save fortunes. I tell you what, how many different, you think a wedding, it costs fortunes.
You will save fortunes, but you'll also just love every second of creating.
I agree, and you never know, it could be your new business, couldn't it? $5.95 only for this. Well done. More from Linda, of course, coming your way. And we've got brand new ins, including Tsavorite garnet, one of the most valuable gemstones on the planet. I only wish Steve was here, to be honest, right now, because he would be very excited about this gemstone opportunity. I've got Andalusite, the gemstone of colours that I absolutely adore, and the next big blue, who knows? It is the wonder that is your Cianite.
Are you new to jewellery making? Not sure where to start? Not sure what materials you'll need? Then tune into Jewellery Maker between 7 PM and 9 PM throughout January for our Get Started show. We'll guide you through how to get started with step-by-step tutorials. Our talented designers will give you advice, inspiration, and introduce you to new mediums. Start off the new year with a new hobby. The Jewellery Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Jewellery Maker, Ivy House, Henley Road, Outhill, Studley, B807DU. Get making and good luck.
I think labradorite, when you think about it, is as beautiful as a diamond because it gives you, for me, more amazement than a diamond. You look at it and it does something really unexpected, like a lightning bolt.
Labradorite is one of those gemstones from Jewellery Maker that is always going to be a top seller. The labradorite that you get from Jewellery Maker has got extreme amounts of labradorescence. The colour saturation is just superb, and that's really indicative of the quality that we can get for you here at Jewellery Maker. It seems to reflect your moods as well. Whatever kind of mood you're in, whatever you put it with, it seems to bring out those gorgeous colours, so it really is a true chameleon gemstone.
Do you need a helping hand to get started with Jewellery Maker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our Jewellery Maker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy-to-follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist, or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques. There are 4 easy ways to stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 54,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with Jewellery Maker. Jewellery Maker have a special offer running on our workshops. If you book yourself on 4 workshops, you'll receive £50 off. We have a variety of courses to choose from beginner to advanced, covering a wide selection of mediums. This is a limited offer until the end of February, so book your places now to avoid disappointment.
Welcome back, everyone. So nice to have your company. I hope your weekend has started well. It certainly has for us here at Jewellery Maker, because we've just launched a new medium which I'm so excited about, and one that we are really passionate about as well, which I think is going to grow and grow and grow and grow and grow. I mean, who knows? Fast forward a few years from now, we might be seeing some of our amazing Jewellery Maker family, some of you being pictured in, who knows, Vogue magazine. You never know. With celebrities wearing your fabulous fascinators. You might go on to be like Alison Todd, who I spoke about earlier on, who's a friend of mine back in my hometown, who made for royalty, and still does, by the way. There's a great source of inspiration for you as well. Now, so much more to bring you, including an abundance of star buys, brand new ins, and I'm talking about 3 very big gemstones. But let's zone in firstly on this most amazing blue gemstone. Here at Jewellery Maker, we can bring you probably one of the broadest selections of your coloured gemstones, which is huge. We are talking about rarity when it comes to your coloured gemstones, way more than that of a diamond, massively so. If you think about it, Cianite, and yes, it can be sourced in different locations. Nepal produces Cianite, Brazil is another example, India you can get Cianite from, and it does come in different colours. But the most iconic would be that very velvety, intense, deep blue. This is a gemstone which is entirely complex. It's complex because it doesn't like to be faceted. It has got what we call differing cleavages. So if you can imagine, and the best way of me describing it is, imagine a rough crystal actually being abstracted from the mine itself, you might have certain crystals which form vertically and certain ones which form horizontally, which really adds to the complexity. Now, for example, so if you cut a kyanite one way, it can be, in terms of on the Mohs scale, from 4 to 4.5, its hardness, or if you cut it another way, it can go up to 7.5 on the Mohs scale. So really does make a big difference, but does also mean that many lapidarists will actually shy away from it. So here at Jewellery Maker, we are lucky, we are privy enough to be able to bring you, with our buying power and the fact that we are global now, we can buy lots and lots and lots of different variations of gemstones. Kyanite is not one that tends to be frequently brought to opportunity, especially not in this size. I know straight away the observant ones amongst us will have noticed on the graphics the dimensions. 24 by 17 millimeters. There is nothing like it other than this on our website. I have never brought you this size of kyanite here at Jewellery Maker. In fact, can I reword that? I've never brought this size of kyanite, full stop, whether it be in a faceted oval, whether it be in a faceted round, in a piece of jewellery. I've never done that size. This is a natural gemstone, and what you're looking for is that intensity of colour. You don't want it to be sort of quite pale, you don't want it to be sort of more insipid. You want that intensity of colour, but the crystal itself does not form in these sizes. How many, just to recap, Kim, have we got available of these? 32 in the world. Yes, it's going to be more of an investment strand. Yes, you are going to have to think, okay, that's a few pounds that could buy me maybe something else, but I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to bring this to you again, and I'm not exaggerating there in the least. I've worked in gemstones since I was 18 years old, and I've never seen a kyanite form of this size, and that is absolute fact. And I've been lucky enough to sell pieces which are 4 figures, 5 figures, SI graded diamonds on the shoulders in the past. This is absolutely incredible. Have you seen it yet, Linda?
Yeah. Stunning, isn't it?
Look at the sheer size, and it's so obviously kyanite.
I haven't personally seen kyanite that size before.
No, never. I'm talking about Larique, I'm talking about all different pieces and designs. I've never seen one of this size. Recently I saw an incredible, in fact I won't say where it's from, but I saw an incredible Himalayan kyanite, so from Nepal, which was set into platinum with SI graded diamonds, and it was selling the retail price, which by the way was a very competitive price point, in excess of £5,000. That was one, and they still weren't as big as these. Still weren't as big as these. There's 184 carats. This is totally and utterly natural. Look at that beautiful silvery sheen. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to bring it to you again. So yeah, I understand, more of a considered purchase. However, it's a considered, I don't want to say strand. This is a considered opportunity, a moment in time, if you like, that the collectors and the connoisseurs amongst us will be getting involved with, no if, buts or maybes. I've already got successful collectors, I'm not going to say jewellery makers, you are absolutely collectors in my eyes, who have made those confirmations, less than 50 of these available, and again, that's really exciting. If I had 10 of these, I'd be delighted. I've got a staggering 32. One which I think is for, you know, the museums, one that you can imagine seeing pictured. The fact that you can actually see, when you get this home, the formation of the crystal really excites me. The fact that with kyanite you get a lovely silvery, almost like silks, like within a ruby, and how they actually capture and play with the light. Fascinating, not enhanced, not heat treated like most blue gemstones. For example, sapphire, 95% of sapphire tends to be treated, either heat treated or fissure filled. Tanzanite, 99% of tanzanite tends to be heat treated. It tends to come out of the ground with its sort of brownish colour. Absolutely fine, don't get me wrong. This gemstone is natural. All Mother Nature's incredible doing, only sourced in a few locations. The complexity complexity of the very crystal structure itself means that it's hard to even be able to bring it to you in smaller sizes because it doesn't like being faceted. But then when you've got big dimensions like this, and there's 2, 4, 6, 8 of them in total, so big pendants. I'd be making these big feature pendants myself, like it just doesn't happen. Linda, I know I'm maybe getting a little bit carried away, but it just doesn't happen, does it?
No, it certainly doesn't happen. From a jewellery maker point of view, you know a bundle of the silver stroke blue pearl that we had. I can see that. I can see Cianite going with any pearl because of the sheen that Cianite's got, particularly that particular strand. But I can just see that triple strand of those, triple necklace of those blue pearls with one of those. And so in other words, bring your wire up and make enough room to take off one strand, but say chain, going up to the back of the neckline, asymmetric, and then have the 3 graduated strands of pearls dropping. So you've only used one of the Cianite.
Yeah. It's all right. No, I was literally just looking. Bear with me a second. And whilst Linda was talking to you there, with giving you the inspiration, I'm just looking at my notes and I'm trying to see if we've ever had anything like this previously before.
I've never seen it in 6 years.
In the history books, I haven't seen anything like it at all. And again, it's that consistency of colour that you can see there. It's not pale, it's not insipid. A third of the stock has already gone. You have got a very definite intensity. And it's for those people that love their gemstones and know their gemstones, you can see that this is Cianite, can't you?
Yeah, definitely. Again, it's like got a phenomena.
Yeah.
Within it, it's like a bit of a sort of a dragonfly wing phenomena.
Yeah, again. It is. It's like a sheen, a silkiness to it, isn't it? And that's all because how the crystal actually, or the crystal's form itself, very, very, very complex. Well done to you, Suffolk, Jill and Stephen, Rachel, Louise, Diana, Shona, you've done it, Isabel, Belinda, you're with me. I've got webinars with it still in your baskets. As a gemstone, it's not heavy, by the way. It doesn't have, like, for example, you think about pyrite. Pyrite is quite a weighty gemstone. This actually has got, it's perfect for earrings, it's perfect for pendants. It's not particularly heavy, and because these are quite big, I can understand you asking the question. Fran in London, are the Cianites too big or heavy for rings? No, it's a really good question to ask actually. It's actually quite a lightweight gemstone. Different gemstones have got different densities. This is one which is actually quite lighter in its density, so no, perfect for a pair of earrings.
Yeah, I mean, for the earrings, what jumps into my mind would be attaching probably about 5 little links of chain coming from the shepherd hook, and then those links of chain I would put like link on little 2 or 3 mils of say black spinel or lapis or something like that, and then having that hanging from the bottom link of the chain.
Amazing, wouldn't it?
It would just look really pretty.
Yeah, really incredible. And in the ear like that, because they're going to have that movement, you're going to see that silvery sheen across it.
Or keep them exactly as they are now and restrand. Or keep the earring and just dropping direct from the shepherd hook, because that's a vintage look.
Yeah, it really is. And if I just show you the bottom, and I will get you, Tink, sorry, I'm not ignoring you, my lovely. But look, they're polished on both sides, so that you can use both sides. Tink, hello to you in Yorkshire. I can't get over how big these are. They're huge, aren't they? Aren't they? I know. And the fact that they are perfect on both sides, so you can pick your favourite feature if you wanted to. Actually, absolutely stunning, Beverly says in Cardiff. I totally agree, Beverly. Let's bring that price tag in for you. And whilst I said that they were considered, you might be thinking these are sort of triple figure price tag, and that's every bone in my body said is where they should be. However, for 184 carats, spread over not loads of different Cianite gemstones, but over 2, 4, 6, 8 individual big sizable pendants, $49.95. Belinda, well done. Isabel's just bought 2 of these. Isabel, I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to do this again. That's the reality. Never say never, of course, but I highly doubt it. In all of my years, this is the biggest that I have seen.
It's a relatively rare gemstone. I mean, all gemstones are rare, but this is a relatively
rare
bunch. And can you imagine the host rock or the host gemstone that they've been cut from? Can you imagine that? I mean, these...
What a discovery. What an amazing discovery.
And the people that have actually cut these gemstones must have thought, wow.
Yeah. very rare for them, so a real treat to experience it, I agree. Half the stock has already gone, in fact, over that. Dee, hello to you. Northumberland, well done. Bonita, Suffolk, Jill and Stephen, Rachel, Louise, Diana, Shona, Isabel. Isabel's chosen to buy 3 now. Belinda, well done to you. I've got lots of you with it in your baskets. It's not going to stay there. Look, we're already into pushing the single figures. Derek, Carola, Stella, we're actually oversubscribed, so it's a case of not necessarily you, it's a case of who, really. Diana, you've guaranteed. Rosie, you've guaranteed. Linda, you've guaranteed yours, well done. Telephone bidders, do stay where you are. Yeah. Cianite, the next big blue, who knows? It's perfectly logical. It's a natural gemstone, and like I said, don't see it in that size. What a treat. Well done. Well done to every single one of you. Now, moving on to... these are going to be fantastic, as again, I love the fact that these are for him and for her. They can be, they can be very, very simple in terms of like on some leather cord, or very decoratively embellished. We were talking about fossils the other day and how kids love them. It kind of well, it does energise children and feed their interest, I suppose. These are your ammonites. Now, ammonite is basically it's a fossilised creature that once was on this beautiful, beautiful planet of ours, and it's kind of been preserved. And you see those lovely swirls of the actual shell of the creature itself. Every single one will be unique as you and I. Every single one will be different sizes, obviously, because these are not calibrated. They're not actually faceted. They are prehistoric fossils. Aren't they lovely? Absolutely incredible. Now you can find ammonite rather with sort of colours and swirls and swathes, which is exceedingly rare and one of the most expensive of gemstones on the entire planet. Or you can have these in these lovely sort of coffee latte tones, which I absolutely love. If I just turn one of them over, you have got a polish on one side and then you've got the matte on the other, so you can choose whichever what is actually your favourite. You can see they all differ. You've got all different sizes, all different shapes of your Ammonite. They're lovely, aren't they? A fascinating gemstone, which, like I said, the rarity is the fact that this is not something which occurs on a mass scale. So it's not something that is mass mined, if you know what I mean, like diamonds are. Diamonds are mass mined.
And what's fascinating is presumably they're cut on a cross section.
Yes.
A bit like, sort of, say, you know, when you cut a tree and you can see all those lines. So you can see all the history, all the bits and bobs and all the things that have gone on throughout the years to form that actual gemstone. That's the fascination for me.
I'm trying to get to actually sort of put together so that you can see. Bear with me. If I turn them over, can I do that? Not really, but you get the idea, sort of what Linda's actually sort of mentioning.
So you sort of, if you do the cross section through the whole thing to start with, and then all the interest opens up, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me get a torch and shine it behind, because I think these, especially if you like nautical, anything nautical, and you see nautical themes in sort of home decor, don't you? Let me just shine a light through one of these, and you can actually imagine this sort of
gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. That's like a wave rising, isn't it?
Oh, it is.
It's beautiful.
Gosh, it really is like a coral reef there as well, isn't it?
Yeah, gorgeous.
Just fascinating. So you're getting 2 bundles here, so 200 carats, which actually, this is, sorry, but this is an organic gemstone. I'm just wondering about the actual carat weight itself. Can we ask Hannah? Anyway, but yeah, you're getting loads and loads and loads of your gorgeous ammonite. It's a double bundle opportunity, and you can see the variations of those sizes and the fact that they are all absolutely individual and wonderfully unique. And again, you can take your jewellery designs to any which way, really, couldn't you?
Absolutely. I mean, if you wrap, or if you keep it quite simple, I actually would love to see a necklace very sort of delicately wrapped, using probably about 7 of them on a slightly asymmetric look, because they would sit so nice and flat against the neckline and the collarbone.
What a conversation starter as well.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It would be something that, like, I notice people's jewellery. I won't possibly speak to these people, but I notice the jewellery and immediately I get inspiration. Yeah. And fantastic with pearls.
Really lovely with pearls. Again, keeping to that organic sense. Yeah. Let's bring that price tag in. So, double bundle opportunity should be £49.90 is where we should be. Normally £24.95 for one lot of your gorgeous Ammonite. Very distinctive and obviously rare.
Beautiful.
Today, $24.95 individually, $29.95 for this double bundle opportunity. Absolutely amazing. And again, you know, it's going to feed children's appetite to learn about the rarity of gemstones. I think, well, I know Tom, my other half, would absolutely love these because he's very interested in history and geology.
Yeah, I mean, even if you don't make jewellery from them, which I really urge you to do so, sort of coffee table pieces, aren't they? Yeah. Sort of, you know, when you... there was a thing where we used to scatter crystals, plastic crystals and things. You know, scattering a little scatter on a coffee table.
There's something you can imagine really talking about, can't you? You can imagine having a conversation about with your friends and loved ones.
Well, the more you look, the more you see, don't you? Really?
Exactly.
Or the more your imagination.
Like, when do you think this actually started to form? When was this creature around?
Absolutely, probably. Dinosaurs were right.
Oh, millions of years ago, without shadow of a doubt. Well done, well done. Do stay where you are on those phone lines. Congratulations to every single one of you. Moving on to 1 o'clock. I was like, hey, hang on a second. Look at all these. Martha had her eye on this, didn't she? Martha had her eye on these, and I've got my eye on these. Again, these were the Ammonites that you've just seen. These are those blue pearls that you saw earlier on. These with the Fascinators that you saw. How many strands? 10. 10 strands of pearls. You've got natural pearls here. It's going to take me a while to sort them out. You've got different locations: Australian opal, pink opal, dendrite opal. Oh, these are gorgeous. I love opal for all its variations. The fact that it does come in so many different displays, I suppose, for want of a better word. Play of colour, without shadow of a doubt. Dendrite is a little bit more like Japanese art. You can get coloured opal. Very rare, though, that it is natural like this. And you've got real depth of those baby pinks. 10 strands of October's birthstones. Lots of us had our eye on this, and it's stunning. You've got your Australian opal in there. I mean, look at the amounts of play of colour that's coming through these. And you'll see even more so when you actually get it home. The play of colour, whether they be pinfire, harlequin, whether they be flash, you're still going to see it, even in its sort of rough organic shape like this, in the individual nuggets. Now, in terms of its carat weight, you've got, gosh, I can't even do those maths. Is it over 4-figure carat weight? Certainly looks like it. Let me see. 430, 530, 560, 560, 760, 780, 700. Oh, I've lost it. Yes, there is. Can we go back to that? Oh, can't you see anything? Not to worry. I was literally only halfway through counting, and I was already up to 700 and something. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. I can do it from this. Sorry, everybody. So bear with me. I'm going to have to start again. 260 plus 240 plus 110 plus 430 plus 180 plus 185 plus 220. There is definitely over 1,000 carats worth of opal within here. Just beautiful. Baby pinks. I love this. The fact that it is showing off dendrite and coloured opal, natural coloured opal, which is, like I said, unenhanced. Your pink opal is, I love, again, you've got Australian and Peruvian, 2 different locations. Australian pink opal was hasn't long been discovered, in actual fact. I was lucky enough to launch it on Rocks, when obviously on the American channel, when we were obviously one big family business. I was lucky to launch the Australian pink opal, sold out entirely, every single piece, and I don't know if the collection's actually been replicated again. So love the fact that you are going to some of the most sought after locations for this beautiful gemstone. 10 strands, but effectively it's 20, isn't it? Because they're all 360 degrees. Every single one of these. What would you do with these? Thinking, going back to your bridal, you know, your wedding fair. What would you be thinking about opal? Because we do wear... Opal is a recognised gemstone.
Yeah, and also it's a very turn to bridal gemstone, opals are. Because of the different phenomena from the different opals. So obviously, you know, there's a choice there. What I like about this Peruvian, Australian and the dendrite is the fact that it all works together because it's got the sheen of opal. It's got that gorgeous covering of silvers that bounce off of it, off all of those 3 different types. But personally, it would be mum of the bride or guest again. And to be honest, I'd like to see that necklace, all 10 strands, literally.
Oh, can you imagine?
As a big sort of, let's say 16-inch to 18-inch, all the same length, perhaps crocheted together.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Big and bold. And it would look big and bold, but it would also look gentle as well, if you see what I mean, because of being opal. Yeah. Mix them all up, and they'll all work as a. Just if you just pop that to neckline now, just.
Bear with. I'm trying. There's just so many.
I can't. That's the sort of jewellery I really.
Oh, hang on, there we go. Right, yeah, this is the kind of jewellery I love as well. I love that pink opal. Look how big they are.
Just look how that mixes together beautifully. And
are you kind of thinking like this?
No, just as you work, untwist and just let it drape. Just put it quite tightly around your neck. Look at that. Say no more. That is such...
Fabulous.
It is, that's the word. It's fabulous piece of jewellery.
And obviously opal.
Yeah,
it's going to be, do you remember that girl, that lady with that neckline piece? We've got to bring the price in because already loads of you are there. You're going to be the talk of the wedding if you're wearing this, aren't you? Bring that price in for you. Are you kidding me? I've just heard what this is going to. Is the phone lines absolutely crazy right now?
Wow.
I can't hear Kim either. Everything, the computer, the graphics, our talkback, everything's going a little bit haywire, and I think that's because 1995.
Well, that necklace that you've just had around your neckline there in those opals, if you put that in Bond Street, are you going to see that necklace for 1995 in Bond Street? And it will be in a high-class Bond Street window. Of course it
would. Australian opal, Peruvian opal, dendrite opal. I mean, and you know, thousands of carat weights that you're seeing here. I mean, I didn't do the maths, but it's bulking up quite considerably.
It's an exciting bundle, that for me.
1,600.
Yeah, I would, if could, I'd buy 3 or 4 of those packs, because when you put it to your neckline, then you just blew me away.
I want to do it again. I want to do it again.
Just stunning. I love the way that those colours work and merge, and it's so easy on the eye, and so can you imagine with a scoop line dress? Oh yes,
just amazing.
Yeah,
absolutely amazing. Well done. Do stay where you are. I'm running out of time. Can I just say, Kimber, I'm really struggling to hear you. Really struggling to hear you. I think there's something a little bit wrong with our talkback. But I think I heard the word Tsavorite, because that's coming up, isn't it? Morganite's coming up, and I've got your wonderful Andalusite. In actual fact, let's do the Morganite right now. The baby pinks. Whenever you take a Pantone colour, and whoever it is that decides the Pantone colour and says, this is the one of this year, straight away, if that gemstone is connected to that colour, you can elevate the price tag. But the reality is, Morganite had already increased over the past approximately 2-3 years. It has dramatically increased by a staggering 500%. The more intense that Morganite hue, that peachy, beautiful, salmony pink, the more expensive the Morganite can be. And believe me, I bought a Morganite a while back, well, a good few years back, in actual fact. I've got a picture of it on my presenter page. It's in rose gold, so yeah, okay, it wasn't a strand, but I bought a finished piece of jewellery, and I had it valued straight away. just because it's a lovely piece of Morganite. And then after these price increases, when I learnt about everything that was going on over in the Hong Kong Trade Fair, etc., I had it revalued again. Let's just say it doubled in price tag in a space of 3 years. Now, I'm not qualified to say what this strand is valued at, but certainly you've got that depth of colour which we all aspire to. I love the fact that it's in quite an organic rough shape, 8x3 right the way up to 14x6 millimetres in their dimensions and size, totally and utterly natural, not enhanced in any way, shape or form, which Morganite often is, sort of heat treated. This needed no encouragement. You've got that definite baby pink, and again, I don't know what this year the influence on this gemstone is going to be, but I can make a pretty educated guess that it is going to be only going one way in terms of its value and its price tag. Mary, Lucinda, Elizabeth, well done to you, Susan, Patricia, gorgeous sheens. I love that sort of crystally look that you get.
So do I. It's unmistakably Morganite.
Yeah.
You know, I know from sort of 20 paces that it's not rose quartz because it's got that deeper pinks are running through it. And again, I love the fact that that is a very pastel gemstone, a very feminine gemstone. Is very bridal, incredibly bridal party.
But yet contemporary.
Very, that's what I was about to say then, yeah, very contemporary. It's got that sort of understated drama to it, and it's perfect, I think, for, again, I think even little ones. Yeah. Just one on a little chain.
I agree. I love that sentence, understated drama.
But it is, isn't it? It's dramatic, but it's not dramatic.
Yeah, I agree.
It's just
elegant. It's still that elegance.
Beautiful. Absolutely.
I look at Morganite like this, quality Morganite like this, and I always say it to me it's like your sort of Hollywood icons like Grace Kelly.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, very, very, very feminine. Loads of you there. Web bidders, you can see more than I can. I don't know what this is going to. Okay, you can see the price tag, and it is. Okay, it's single figures.
Wow, you're joking.
A natural Morganite of this size.
My word, you've got to stock up with that. Can you imagine on combs and tiaras?
I can't emphasise, and I can't read into the future, obviously, but I'm just telling you my own experience of this gemstone, and that I bought one about, gosh, it's got to be about 3 years ago. Wow. Bought one, had it valued straight away, delighted with the valuation. Then as soon as I heard what had gone on and the price increases and the fact that well, Steve himself, Steve Bennett, was saying that they hadn't bought any Morganite as a parcel for absolutely ages, because of the dramatic price increases. That might have changed, I don't know, but at the time when I was working direct sort of with Steve and with gems themselves, it was always, no, we haven't bought any in ages. I don't know if that's changed. $9.95, I'd be stocking up on it as well. Absolutely. And I don't know now, if we think about here in a moment, what's going to happen after 2016 or throughout the duration of 2016, the implications of the price.
I mean, that shocked me, to be honest. I wasn't expecting it to be in single figures.
Look at that gorgeous colour.
But it's just so beautiful. I can actually sort of see, obviously Morganite is a beryl, isn't it? And I can actually see some undertones of aquamarine going on there
you can. I totally agree. Within this year, you're seeing slightly bluish tones, and I love that. They're all lovely. With beryl, they're all lovely pastely gemstones outside of your emerald, obviously. They're pastely gems, aren't they? So really feminine and dainty. Well done to every single one of you. Fabulous. Stay on those phone lines. Do check out. Again, I've got loads of you with it still in your basket. So we're looking all right on price, on quantity rather? Loads of stock in this, really? Okay, Linda, we're in luck.
Yeah, I am certainly going to, if I can, I'm certainly going to buy more than one.
Yeah, definitely. I don't even know what I would do with it as of yet. I'd probably be very, very boring and allow the gemstones to be the actual feature themselves and just put them on a head pin.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you can, but there's nothing that you can't do with that. Again, you can use it in bulk, or you can just use one dangling from a train. But to be honest, with a fine gauge elastic, a little stretchy.
Yeah, lovely.
Beautiful.
Really lovely. Congratulations to you. Just the Grace Kelly of gemstones. I think it has got that real elegance and sophistication. I'm going to leave that right next to me here. Had to be simply a star by. Moving on, because again, we were talking about stretchy bracelets. How about a stunning ring? In Morganite, in Andalusite, in Tsavorite. Oh, any of the above would be amazing. These are adjustable rings. They are very solid. They're silver plated copper, and they don't have to be rings. They can be easily your connectors. They can easily be features. They can be links, whichever. They can be stretched out to be part of a feature design of a bracelet. But I love these, and I was talking about, and I know I keep saying it, so bear with me if you're like, oh God, she's going off. She's on a soapbox again. She's on a soapbox again. I really hate those, yeah, you know the one I'm about to say, Ryan. I hate those adjustable rings, Linda. I've got a real adverse feelings about it. Those adjustable rings that have got those teeth.
Oh, I know what you mean. That they sort of link. Yes, I know what you mean. Yeah.
I just think they are absolute eyesores.
Well, I suppose, really, hitting nail on it, they look quite cheap.
Cheap.
Yeah.
See? So it's not just me. I'm glad you agree.
I don't know what you mean.
I think they're just a little... And then why do you have to have those teeth? I don't get it either. It's not necessary to have multiple teeth that could just catch on your clothes and everything. Why not just have two? I get adjustable rings, fine, but just have two. Two pieces of precious metal that meet in the middle, like this. Like this. This is your silver-plated copper. Do you see what I mean? Look how much more expensive this looks.
Well, it doesn't. It's also finished off with those two. I mean, it could quite easily have just come to a straight end, couldn't it? But it's finished off nicely.
I love that. It does make a big difference to me. I'm sure I'm not the only one that gets on the soapbox about that, but I just thought, no, and that will put me off buying a ring if you've got those teeth.
Yeah.
But this I would buy, 100%. So they are adjustable, but again, they can be connectors, they can be...
Yeah, they can be used as pendant drops, waterfall drops from a necklace and
earrings.
Things like that. Earrings, yeah, absolutely. As you said as well, you can straighten them out and use them as a feature, say on a bangle or a bracelet.
Or a necklace.
Yeah.
No, to be honest, I mean, they're so versatile. You get 10 in total. Again, what's going on the web? Everybody on the web is making those confirmations. Should be. It's 10 pieces of jewellery, $5.95. That's what, but I said should.
Wow.
I said should, didn't I? Should indicates that Kim, my producer, is not done. Yes. 39p. 39p. You don't even say that very often. You know when you don't say something, it doesn't roll off the tongue.
No. No, it isn't. No. Well, not equated to anything to do with jewellery, 39p.
No. 39p. Sometimes you have to concentrate on saying something because it doesn't roll off the tongue very often.
And going back to what they are meant to be, rings, because there's very much now a stack of rings, aren't there? And multiple rings. And also they're great. I tell you what they're great for as well, are for these hand bracelets.
Yes.
Because you can sort of come from those jump ring tops, you can come through back to the wrist. And obviously all you need to do for the basic use is a ton of head pins and your gemstones, and you just wrap. You just wrap.
Yeah.
Do a wrap loop.
See, I've adjusted that one down there.
Exactly.
It fits nicely.
Stack of rings,
lovely
like
stack
stack
of
of bracelets, stack of everything. It's stacker this season.
It is huge, isn't it, at the moment? I agree, and you do pay a lot of money for stacker bracelets, especially with gemstones. They are flying. Gosh, there's loads of you getting the most of these deals. Well done. Well done to every single one of you. Stay where you are. Like I said, just because I move on doesn't mean that you've not been successful. Absolutely amazing. Now, I was talking about... there we go. I was talking about this next star buy earlier on this morning, and I have been for a while, to be honest. And I'm going to say it as it is. I am very upfront. I hope you all agree. And to be honest, our Jewellery Maker circle, our family, Jewellery Maker family, has been a little bit slow on the uptake with Andalusite. Now, and I was like, okay, that's fascinating to me because we're talking about one of the world's most astonishingly rare gemstones, amazingly expensive gemstones. I was like, I find that hard to believe, but there we go. Like I said, I've been away for a few years now, and I've been on, like I said, our American channel, or what was our American channel, where Andalusite was probably one of the biggest showcases. So I was like, okay, fair enough. Well, each to their own, and I understand whatever you love, you love. Beauty drives our interest, and then rarity is an added bonus, without shadow of a doubt. But I was thinking, well, maybe it's because it's very difficult for us to show you what this gemstone's true characteristics are via television. So I want us to just imagine in this star by, if I can, for one moment, that we are sat face to face. We are sat, I don't know, in your front room, in your living room, in a retail establishment, whichever it might be, talking about this very gemstone. And I want you to picture yourself, which you will be in a few working days, holding it and actually doing everything that we do here at Jewellery Maker when analysing the quality. Because Andalusite is an astonishing gemstone. It is in the same league as Alexandrite in terms of its rarity, your Paraiba, your Tsavorite. In fact, it's got distinct similarities to some of those, which I'll talk about. It's your it is your star by, and it is coming up after this. Okay, so where do we begin with this wonderful gemstone? Past experiences has meant that I've had an entire hour to talk about it throughout the course of a specific showcase. I don't have that today. I've only got 53 of these available in the world, and I wanted to be completely brutally honest and say, look, it's not been, for some reason, Jewellery Maker, our customers are a little bit slower to welcome this gemstone, and I don't know why that is, because it is totally and utterly natural. Now, I put it in the same league in terms of its rarity as Alexandrite, as Tsavorite, as Paraiba tourmaline, as maybe your Ammonite as a gemstone. I could go on, because that is absolutely the case. But yet this gemstone has got so many other added benefits. Now, it's not a phenomena gemstone, and I want to talk for 1 second about Tsavorite and Alexandrite, which are phenomena gemstones. They metamorphosize, don't they? Under differing light conditions, they will change from a sort of cinnamon colour to a champagne colour. Then you might see kiwi greens, you might see flashes of raspberries in there. I'm talking about Tsavorite, but Alexandrite, again, people say it's the emerald by day, and the ruby by night, but the reality is it's many more colours than that, because you don't just have one colour to light on and off, so you'll see different hues. So I'm particularly singling out Alexandrite and Tsavorite because to me they are distinctly similar. Now, Andalusite is not a colour change gemstone, but it is the gemstone of colours. It is one of the world's most pleochroic gems on this entire planet. So whilst you won't need to change the light conditions, under the slightest different angle, you'll see those different colours. So I want you, imagine the two of us right now, holding this very strand, and you just gravitating it, orientating it, just ever so slightly, the smallest degrees, and seeing all of those flashes of colours. Because it is one of the most visual. I love wearing my Andalusite out into natural daylight because the fire that comes within, actually it's the pleochroism, but it seems like a bit like sphene, where it's an amazing performance of fire, but it's the pleochroism which is actually really jumping out from the gemstone. I bought my own mum where I can buy various different gemstones here. I'm lucky enough to be able to, but I chose Andalusite for my own mum because it's very, very, very visual. It's kind of got like a coppery presence. You can kind of see that lovely glint of gold within, but it's all about the colour. This is the longest strand I've ever seen, the biggest carat weight that I've ever seen of Andalusite. And again, I want you to imagine yourself holding it. I want you to imagine yourself actually influencing it under differing angles. It's very difficult for me to do that without being in your very presence, so I want us to put to just 1 second to imagine that we are use those 30 days, because straight away, and I'll ask Linda, who's what, a couple of meters away from me, I'm seeing pinks, I'm seeing flashes of yellows, I'm seeing greens, I'm seeing champagne S-tones. You'll see the similarities that I've got with Alexandrite and also your with your Tsavorite. Do you agree with that, Linda?
Yeah, totally. It's almost, if let's sort of give an analogy of Ethiopian opal, the pinfire that you're getting. You're getting the pinfire of all of those colours, and it is a pinfire type of phenomena that I'm getting over here.
Yeah, it's the gemstone of colours. That's the best way that I can describe it. And as soon as I did that, because it's hard to put, when you say pleochroism, firstly, not everybody knows what that means. I know many of you jewellery makers do, but it's not just a pleochroism that you see in other gemstones. Andalusite is the gem of colours. That's the best way that I can describe it, because it just transforms itself. Here we go. Can I just show you something?
Goodness,
spontaneously got the torch out.
Lightning.
It just metamorphosizes, and again, I really want you to do all of the above. Get this home, move it round. You won't necessarily need the torch, but again, look at all these flashes of colours that come through from this. Which way shall I show you? This way?
Gosh, it's amazing.
It really is incredible. Can you see that? I really hope you can. I really hope we can. What about at the bottom there? Let's lift that up. Look at the blues right there. Do you see that gemstone turn to a blue? There we go, there we go. Can you see also that flash of green right coming through? Then you've also got gorgeous pinks. Move it along somewhat. Look, 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 here we go. Now we've got it, now we've got it. Look at those gorgeous colours. I need to stretch this out somewhat. It's the longer strand. It's very difficult for me to actually show these, all these different colours, but you will see it in abundance. I absolutely adore it on so many levels, and it's a privilege and honour. Here we go. You can see the different pin fires, like you said, pin fires, the gemstone of colour. Get it home. Look at it in natural daylight. See it under those different angles for all of its amazing pleochroism. I just marvel in the fact that this is a totally and utterly natural strand. I'm getting this without shadow of a doubt. I'm going to be restranding it in a 360 design. I might, no, do you know what? I'm going to rephrase that. I'm not. I'm going to separate it, because I bought my mum an Andalusite ring in gold, and I'm thinking this would be an incredible addition to that. But I could probably count on one hand the amount of times that I've brought it here to Jewellery Maker. But the conversations that I had with our management team were, it's not as widely received as perhaps I was expecting, and it did surprise me. Let's bring that price in. Brand new. Excuse me. Never been seen before. 106 carats of stunning natural Andalusite. Wow. If ever there was a chance to get hold of this gemstone and experience it for the very first time, it's now. It is now. I've never seen that carat. In fact, I will never see 106 carats of Andalusite at £34.95. You know, that is just too euphoric a statement for me to think that that's going to reoccur. Louise, Maureen, Catherine and West Yorkshire, heartfelt congratulations from me to you. Marilyn, Rosalane, lovely to be with you. Belinda, you're there. Nottinghamshire, congratulations. It's a spectrum of colour within. Imagine, if for those of you that have seen Tsavorite, the Turkish miracle, Tsavorite will migrate from a cinnamon colour to a champagne colour to a kiwi colour to a raspberry colour. It's almost identical in terms of that, but then you'll also see more what looks like fire. Just fascinating. Well done from every single one of you. Moving on to these are fab. Now, our graduated bars earlier on, these aren't graduated, but sold out, didn't they, earlier?
Yeah, I love these.
They're fun, aren't they?
They really are fun. Again, my favourite word, drama.
Don't you think these could be like little individual gold bars?
Yeah, exactly.
And if they were, they'd be sort of 22 carat, and this would be very, very, very expensive. Don't you think?
Yeah, but, you know, there's nothing wrong in emulating that look.
No.
At all.
Still genuine gemstones.
And still getting that look.
Don't you think they look like little gold bars?
They do. Phenomenal. Again, you know, as a restrand and wear as a necklace. And that actually is a necklace you can wear to work, and you can go out for dinner straight from work, can't you, with a necklace like that?
Yeah, absolutely. You can take it by day and by night.
Any look, doesn't it? Any look
by
whatsoever.
day and by night. This is one that Paula Bennett, our very own, was like, yeah, I love these. Absolutely love these. And I agree. You can imagine, I'm picturing this, and I keep thinking about it, and I should have bought it. Well, mind you, I wouldn't be able to wear it now, but I saw a dress once. It was a maxi dress, and I thought it was a really edgy sort of evening dress, but it was straight across the bust line, full length, leather, and I thought it looked amazing, absolutely amazing. Mylene Class was wearing it. I can just imagine a piece like this with that would just look fantastic.
Absolutely.
But also jeans and a shirt would look amazing too.
Yeah.
Love it. I'd love to see somebody thinking, yeah, this is like a 22 karat gold style design. It does look like that. Lots of you on the web getting involved. Wow. It's a busy morning for us here, and time has flown by. More star buys coming your way. One of the most dramatic looks. Should be £7.95. Should be.
It's just, there's no words left.
There are no words. Flabbergasted.
Yeah, exactly.
Flabbergasted. £5.95 for genuine gemstones, that lovely, beautiful golden coating, which reflects. Look, you can see just how reflective these are, and look how long they all are as well. Variations. It's looking like it's going to be a sellout. 37 centimetres.
I like that look.
Sorry, millimetres.
If you restrand them, this is when I am going to say use the tension in the beading and give them quite a pull, because you will get them sticking up proud, and that would be sensational, wouldn't
really
it?
would.
You know, you can have them laying flat, but that would just mean sort of normal tension, but really give them a little bit of a tug, and you'll get that sort of 3D look, which I think would really be
I always talk about sort of a skyline. You can imagine sort of a New York skyline, can't you?
On the back.
Very dramatic and angles and things like that, or whatever big city you think of, the London skyline, if you like. All of those different shapes. So it's tension that would create that.
Yeah, tension will create that, and you could also work them in with the Mookaite. The Mookaite bars as well. You know, you could perhaps pop a couple of Mookaite into them, only a couple, or a couple of the gold into the Mookaite to give that little eye thing. Yeah. But I would certainly do that.
Oh, I love
Work them in with the Mookaite.
I love that. And again, you know, think of tiaras, think of for the fascinators that we were just creating. Well, I say we, that was the royal we, sorry Linda, that you were just creating. You know, you could create sort of really big fans or displays.
They're top drilled, aren't they?
Top drilled,
yeah. Well, as I say, if you give them a good pull again, you can actually pull them into a centre point. So they'd be like a really quirky, spiky flower.
Love that. Like a chrysanthemum.
Yeah.
Or something. That's fantastic. Wow, loads of you there. Congratulations. Again, stretchy bracelet, etc. Fabulous. Well done to every single one of you. Now, I've been spoilt this morning. What excites Elle? Rarity of gemstones. I love talking about, I mean, don't get me wrong, I love talking about gemstones that you see on a more frequent basis. However, when I found out this morning, and Kim will tell you, I said, are you kidding me? We've got Tsavorite garnet in this show. Are you kidding me? We've got Andalusite in this show. That's what really, really, really takes my day to a whole other level. Now, we are about to step into the world of luxury, expense. Gemstones always are, but Tsavorite garnet can command just ridiculous price points. I was watching a documentary a few months ago, and one of our biggest British jewellery designers, I won't mention the name just in case, but the programme itself was about a pawn shop, where basically, you know, you go in and you sell your pieces, or maybe on loan, or not the other type, but yeah, you go on and you sell or you loan money from them. But it was a high-end pawn shop in Knightsbridge in London. So this up-and-coming big designer who celebrities were all over in terms of wearing her pieces. She was coming in to actually loan against some of her pieces so that she could raise enough cash to source gemstones. She was raising cash for Angelina Jolie, well, not for Angelina Jolie. She was raising cash to source the gemstones for a piece that she was commissioning for Angelina Jolie. And the gemstone that she was sourcing was this very gem. It is Tsavorite garnet. Now, this is a gemstone which has got one of the most tragic stories, one of the most dedicated and passionate stories, and is also fantastic for us who has got, sorry, I didn't realise, we're going to have to bring that graphics in. For those of you that are very, very, very patriotic, Tsavorite garnet is the way forward. It's your star buy, it's up now. For one moment, I don't want to talk just solely about the fact that this is one of the most expensive gemstones. The actual story of Tsavorite garnet is very dramatic, very tragic in actual fact. Scottish gemologist Campbell, his name was Campbell Bridges. I sometimes say it the wrong way around, so Campbell Bridges, a gentleman that many of my colleagues have actually had the privilege of meeting. Was so committed into the sourcing of this gemstone and initially found it in Tanzania. Now, I won't get too much into the original source because it basically meant he couldn't actually take it to Tiffany's & Co. and it couldn't be introduced to the world because of government intervention. But his sheer dedication and his sheer passion for this gemstone, he persevered, and he went to a location in Kenya which is called the Tsavo National Park. Now, this is amazing because I just think it's fantastic that somebody would do this. He knew that this gemstone was laying there within those boundaries, and he resided in treetops to actually source this gemstone, hiding from tribes, etc. And he actually had a pet python to protect himself and also to protect the gemstone that he was actually unearthing. This is all a true story. So Campbell Bridges, when he did eventually discover Tsavorite, named after the Tsavo National Park, he took it to Tiffany's & Co. and it was revealed to the world. Now, tragically, unfortunately, due to sort of mining disputes, Campbell Bridges was actually murdered, but this gemstone is an absolute legacy of him. A legacy of him which commands, you know, the rarity, the global desirability, the sheer beauty of one of our very own, like I said, a Scottish gemologist who had real dedication and commitment to unearthing this gemstone. It is the very definition of green. You could not get a more glorious and intense natural colour. It's not treated in any way, shape or form, and a real legacy. You know, you think about this, I often think, what kind of legacy are we going to leave? Well, you know what? Campbell Bridges has left one of the most beautiful, one of the most exciting, one of the most enigmatic, one of the most obvious in terms of its actual appearance. And today, incredibly, I think this is a moment in history. We are taking it to one of the lowest ever prices. So scrap that. The lowest ever price that I've ever seen Tsavorite garnet to. So much so, if we'd have advertised this star buy, if we'd have advertised it for the past week, it would have been sold out within probably minutes because gemologists, geologists, but maybe even Steve Bennett himself would be on the phone lines. Tsavorite garnet, and I encourage you to look at some of our closest competitors. I'm not talking about sort of have a look on our very own website if you wish, but have a little look at other different sort of sources of gemstones, but they'd have to be one of the high-end sources of gemstones at Tsavorite garnet. You see just how expensive Tsavorite can be. Like I said, it is, what's that, sorry? £7,500 for a ring. And what's the carat weight? What was the carat weight? Doesn't say. Okay, 1,700. Accenting, yeah, absolutely. It's a gemstone which more frequently is used as just a couple, just tiny, tiny fragments either side. I really hope that I mean, it's a really tragic story, Tsavorite garnet, but, you know, when we talk about legacies and like I said, some of my colleagues have been lucky enough to meet Campbell Bridges. It was only actually in 2009, so not that long ago, that unfortunately the gemology world actually lost him, but what a testament commitment to the individual himself, and you're about to own that for a price point I've never ever seen previously before. I mean, Linda, how exciting is this gemstone?
It's incredibly exciting. I've been absolutely enthralled at your presentation of that strand. It's amazing.
I wish I could have spoken about it longer, to be honest, because like I said, he discovered it in a different location initially, and you can imagine that sort of discovering this wonderful, beautiful gemstone and then being told that you can't take it because you can't take it to mine because the government then intervened. But it's passion. I love that, the fact that he had real passion and commitment. Well done. Stay where you are. Still opportunities there just about. Make those confirmations. I'll be joining you without shadow of a doubt, and I'm guessing a lot of my colleagues will be too. Fabulous. So much more to bring you. More from the lovely Linda. More amazing new ins, and more bundles, because it is Wedding Fair Day after this.